Before we start, we would like to share with you some housekeeping notes. First, please make sure that you've registered. And in case you have to submit any bills for reimbursement, please do so during the tea break. And finally, during the entire process, please keep your phone switched off or on silent mode. On that note, can we please ask our chief guest, Dr. Mins, Dr. Dandekar, President of BRLF, and the two editors, Dr. Mihir Shah and Vijay Shankar, and Pramathesh Ambastha, the CEO, to kindly sit on the dais. I would also request our dear editor, P.S. Vijay Shankar, to join us. Hello, everybody. On behalf of Bharat Rural Livelihoods Foundation, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to our chief guest, Dr. Mins, who's also the Vice Chancellor of Sidhu Kanu Murmu University, Dumka, Jharkhand. Our volume editors, Dr. Mihir Shah and Shri P.S. Vijay Shankar. Our BRLF President, Professor Ajay Dandekar, and BRLF CEO, Pramathesh Ambastha, all the distinguished chairs, panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us. I would now like to invite my colleagues to present bouquets to the distinguished guests. Pramathesh, if you could please hand over the bouquet to Dr. Mins. Diksha, could you please hand over the bouquet to Dr. Dandekar? Janki, if you could please hand the bouquet to Dr. Mihir Shah. Preetha, if you could hand over the bouquet to Dr. Shri Vijay Shankar. Sorry. And finally, with Diksha, if you could please hand over the bouquet to our CEO, Pramathesh Ambastha. Thank you, Diksha, Janki, and Preetha. It is a moment of great pleasure and pride for the organization to release the Tribal Development Reports and 2 volumes on livelihood and human development and governance. This project has taken 5 years to complete, which also meant surviving a pandemic. India is home to the largest indigenous population in the world, and 80% of these very tribal communities reside in central India. These 2 volumes focuses on the various dimensions on tribal lives and livelihoods from the communities in central India. The chapter also provides, beyond providing very rich sources of data that have either been collected directly from the fields or through the government's sources, it also provides policy solutions to various stakeholders, essentially the government at the state level and the central level, on how to address some of the challenges faced by these communities. We would now like to invite BRLF CEO Shri Pramathesh Ambasta to deliver the welcome address. Pramathesh Ambasta is the founder member of Samaj Pragati Sahyog and has 29 years of experience in the areas of rural development, livelihoods, entitlement of marginalized communities, especially tribal communities, and on watershed management. He has also been the convener of the National Consortium of CEOs on Manrega. He's written several articles and co-authored various volumes, and he has published in major journals and newspaper. So Pramathesh Ambasta, thank you.
Professor Mins, Dr. Dandekar, Dr. Mihir Shah, Vijay Shankar, our colleagues, हमारे जितने भी साथी आज इस सभागार में बैठे हैं, आप सबका स्वागत है BRLF की तरफ से. It is indeed a very, very historic moment for us. BRLF के इतिहास में ये एक ऐसा क्षण है जिसके लिए हम लोगों काफी दिनों से इंतजार में थे, because this represents a major effort in our direction to work with the Adivasi communities of central India. BRLF was set up by the Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India, through a union cabinet decision. And we are a relatively young organization. We started, effectively our operation started in 2015-16. But since then, हम लोग का काफी काम आगे बढ़ा है. अब 9 राज्यों में हम करीब 10,000 से ज्यादा गांव में काम कर रहे हैं और 7 लाख से ऊपर परिवारों के साथ हम जुड़े हुए हैं. A major feature of our work has been partnerships with state governments. तो हम चाहे झारखंड स्टेट गवर्नमेंट है, वेस्ट बंगाल है, छत्तीसगढ़ है, महाराष्ट्र है, उड़ीसा है, अभी आने वाले समय में मध्य प्रदेश है, बोडोलैंड में भी हम लोग काम करने का सोच रहे हैं. अब तैयारी पूरी हो गई है. इसमें सिविल सोसाइटी और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स को हम लोग साथ लेके आते हैं और हमारी कोशिश रहती है कि वो लोग साथ काम करें. और इस काम से मुख्य रूप से जो आदिवासी इलाके हैं हमारे मध्य भारत के, उसमें डेफिनेटली there should be improvement in the livelihoods of the Adivasi populations. At the same time, there should be an empowerment and a greater stake in the entire process of governance and democratic functioning. That so far, as the government also has acknowledged, has been unfortunately missing. As a result, we have areas, we have blocks in our country where, it is very difficult for the government to get anything done because the writ of the government doesn't work there. There is a lot of dissatisfaction, disaffection, which often has taken violent forms. तो इन एरियाज में हम जब काम करते हैं तो ये हमारा एक चैलेंज है कि इन एरियाज को हम कैसे एक वापस वो विश्वास दिलवा सकें जो कि उनसे बाकी समाज ने, बाकी सोसाइटी ने, बाकी देश ने पिछले 70-80 सालों में उनसे कहीं ना कहीं छीन लिया है. ये तो हमारा प्रोग्राम का काम है. साथ साथ हम लोग काम कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग पे भी, क्षमता वर्धन पे भी करते हैं. और एक हमारा जो बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण वर्टिकल है वो है रिसर्च का. जब BRLF की स्थापना हुई थी, at that time it was clear to the people who were setting it up that there is a need to speak to policy so as to make it more relevant to our tribal areas. And what better way to do it than to draw on experiences of our BRLF partners who are working in the field and are engaged with these communities, to draw upon their experiences and then do proper research which can also address policy concerns. So research vertical was set up with this idea in mind. और हम लोग का एक मेजर जो प्रोजेक्ट रहा है वो ट्राइबल डेवलपमेंट रिपोर्ट का ही है. हम लोग और भी अध्ययन करते हैं, वो छपे भी हैं अलग अलग जगहों पे, लेकिन हम लोग का एक फोकस पिछले 4-5 सालों में, जैसे शांतिनी ने बताया, ये ट्राइबल डेवलपमेंट रिपोर्ट निकालने का था. इसकी वजह क्या थी? We felt that there is a gap in our understanding of tribal areas, of Adivasi areas of India. There is a gap in terms of data. There is a gap in terms of information. Surely there is literature available. हम अगर ढूंढेंगे तो हमको मिलेगा जरूर. लोगों ने अध्ययन किया है, लोगों ने लिखा है इनके बारे में, लेकिन वो स्पोरेडिक है, अलग अलग जगह पे है, पीसमील है. एक प्रॉपर फोकस के साथ एक जगह पे आपको इस तरह की जानकारी शायद नहीं मिलेगी. और यही एक मुख्य कारण था हमारा कि हम इस रिपोर्ट के को आगे लेके जाएं. रूरल एरियाज पे आपको काफी स्टडीज मिलेंगे, लेकिन विद अ पर्टिकुलर फोकस ऑन द प्रॉब्लम्स एंड द चैलेंजेस फेसिंग एंड द अपॉर्चुनिटीज फेसिंग ट्राइबल एरियाज इन सेंट्रल इंडिया. दैट हैज अनफॉर्चुनेटली not been as much as it should have been. Therefore, we thought of embarking upon this. इस रिपोर्ट को बनाने में हमारी टीम ने तो काम किया ही है, लेकिन इस देश में जिन लोगों ने आदिवासी मुद्दों पे काम किया है, जिन लोगों ने आदिवासी लोगों के साथ काम किया है या उनके बारे में अध्ययन किया है, उन सब लोगों ने अपना अपना योगदान इस रिपोर्ट में दिया है. ये इसके 2 खंड हैं. एक लाइवलीहुड्स के ऊपर है, जिसमें हम लोगों ने वाटर, एग्रीकल्चर और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, एनर्जी, इवन लैंड का जो एक प्रश्न है, उसको आदिवासी कैसे देखते हैं और बाकी गैर आदिवासी कैसे देखते हैं, इस दोनों की समझ में बहुत फर्क है. हम बाकी लोगों के लिए जमीन एक सौदे का मुद्दा है, इसको खरीदा जा सकता है, बेचा जा सकता है, लेकिन आदिवासी लोगों की शायद आस्थाएं जमीन के साथ अलग तरीके से जुड़ी हुई हैं. हाउ डू यू एनकैप्सुलेट दैट वर्ल्ड व्यू and try and understand it, and how do you relate to that? So many people have contributed to this volume. Similarly, human development के बहुत सारे issues हैं. आज भी हम पाएंगे कि after so many years of independence, अगर हम देखें, अगर हम एक मोटा कंपैरिजन भी करें अलग अलग सोशल ग्रुप्स का, तो हम पाएंगे कि आदिवासी सबसे पिछले पायदान पे खड़ा है. चाहे वो हम स्वच्छता की बात करें, सैनिटेशन की बात करें, चाहे हम ड्रिंकिंग वाटर की बात करें, चाहे हम इलेक्ट्रिसिटी की बात करें, चाहे हम इवन थिंग्स लाइक न्यूट्रिशन. If we talk about any of these, we find that the Adivasis of India are still perhaps the most deprived. And this applies especially to the Adivasis of Central India. Under the circumstances, it becomes very important to focus on the particular challenges and problems that the Adivasis face. And that is the entire effort of these 2 volumes, livelihoods and human development, governance, and also arts and crafts and their languages. जबकि हम बात करते हैं तो उनकी कला की बात करते हैं, लेकिन उनकी कला कहाँ से निकलती है, किस सोच से निकलती है, उसको भी समझना हमारे लिए जरूरी है. और कैसे उसको एक लाइवलीहुड ऑप्शन की तरह रूप में बनाया जा सकता है, जिसमें सरकार क्या कर रही है, क्या नहीं कर रही है, क्या करने की जरूरत है. लैंग्वेजेस का जो पूरा प्रश्न है वो भी इक्वली इंपॉर्टेंट है. हाउ कैन वी अंडरस्टैंड आदिवासीज अंटिल वी अप्रोच देम थ्रू देयर ओन आईज एंड सी व्हाट दे आर trying to say, and even then क्या हम लोग पूरी तरह से समझ पाएंगे इस मुद्दे को. तो इन सब प्रश्नों के साथ ये पूरी रिपोर्ट इनके ऊपर केंद्रित है. I am glad to say, however, it is not just offering a critique of what is wrong, like very often it happens. Our attempt is also to focus on what can be done. चाहे वो पानी को लेकर के है, चाहे खेती को लेकर के है, चाहे वो एनर्जी है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, कहाँ पे वो गैप है जिसको लेकर के ये या स्वास्थ्य है या शिक्षा है, कहाँ पे वो गैप है जिसको लेकर के जिसको सुधारा जा सकता है, जिससे ये एरियाज जो हैं अपने एक जो उनकी एक, क्योंकि जो उनके पास था, चाहे वो उनके जंगल थे, चाहे जमीन थी, वो उनसे लोगों ने छीना है। तो वापस एक आत्मविश्वास और एक विश्वास बाकी लोगों के ऊपर, बाकी समाज के ऊपर, वो कैसे दुरुस्त किया जा सकता है, दैट इज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कंसर्न बिहाइंड दिस रिपोर्ट. So right now we have the international edition which has been brought out by Routledge. मुझे कहना होगा कि राउटलेज की टीम ने काफी इसको आगे बढ़ के किया. हालांकि 2 साल पैंडेमिक में, लॉकडाउन वगैरह में हमारे काफी गए, छपने में शायद इस कारण से देर हुई. पहले इंटरनेशनल एडिशन उनकी पॉलिसी के हिसाब से छपता है, उसके बाद साउथ एशियन एडिशन निकलता है और वो जल्द ही आपके सामने आएगा. वो शायद ज्यादा एक्सेसिबल और ज्यादा अफोर्डेबल एडिशंस हैं, दैट probably more and more of you can read it. Our hope is to not only focus attention on these issues, but also that a lot of debate, discussions become part of the public domain as a result of these books. So I'm happy to welcome all of you once again for the next 2 days. I hope we have rich deliberations and we are able to understand better what we can do. हम लोग की उम्मीद है कि आने वाले समय में हम इसको किस तरह से फिर से करें, अभी नहीं, कुछ सालों के बाद फिर से हम देखें इस पूरे एक्सरसाइज को और कोशिश करें कि इसको हम और कैसे बेहतर बना सकते हैं. इसी के साथ मैं यहाँ पे समाप्त करूंगा. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप लोगों का आने के लिए. थैंक यू वेरी मच. वेलकम.
Thank you, Pramatish. I would now like to invite PRLF President, Professor Ajay Dandekar, to address this August gathering. Professor Dandekar is one of the leading social scientists who at present teaches at Shiv Nadar University. He completed his doctoral degree from Center for Historical Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University. He's also a senior fellow at the Social Science Center, Mumbai, and a trustee of Guntur Suntheimer Foundation, Pune. He has vast experience working with denotified and nomadic tribal communities and pastoral nomadic groups. Some of his well-known work revolves around issues of various causes of agrarian crisis and how it has resulted in increasing rates of farmer suicide across the country. Dr. Dandekar has co-authored 4 books and has contributed to over 40 research articles and academic writings. So, Professor Dandekar.
Thank you, Sandhini. That was too generous. Friends, partners, authors in this August audience, our Executive Council members, BRLF colleagues, CEO Pramatish, the editors of the volume, Vijay Shankarji, Dr. Mir Shah, who also is a mentor and the founder of BRLF, and Professor Mins. We are honored to have you, ma'am, here with us to do something about what we have done. It is with great humility that we think we have done this. Whatever is there in these volumes is something that we have learned from the Adivasi communities. हमने जो इनमें authors ने जो लिखा है वो हम ये मानते हैं कि ये इसमें हमारा कुछ नहीं है, ये जो सीखा है हम लोगों ने आदिवासी समाज से उस बारे में हम कुछ कहने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं और इतना ही इसका तात्पर्य लेना चाहिए. हक और लाइवलीहुड्स हम मानते हैं BRLF में ये साथ साथ चलते हैं. हक के जो दायरे हैं वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन की जो फ्रेमवर्क है, जो संविधान का जो दायरा है, उस दायरे में हम इन हकों को देखते हैं. उसके बाहर हमें देखना भी नहीं चाहिए. और इसी मान्यता के साथ हम लाइवलीहुड्स और हक के बारे में जो आदिवासी समाज से जो सीखा है हम लोगों ने, जो हमारे ऑथर्स एंड द एक्सट्रीमली distinguished authors whom BRLF has the privilege to invite and request them not to, I suppose, write what they had already thought about, but we request them to take their time, and if they want to, engage, and then so that's why this whole conceptualization has taken time. I remember BRLF के ऑफिस में इसकी बात शुरू हुई थी 5-6 साल से पहले के भारत रूरल लाइवलीहुड्स फाउंडेशन को ये भी एक बार अटेम्प्ट करके देखना चाहिए, देखते हैं कहाँ तक जाते हैं। इट टुक हाफ अ डिकेड, 2 साल पैंडेमिक में गए जैसे कि प्रमिथ जी ने बताया, लेकिन हमारे ऑथर्स दे वर पेशेंट, और पीपल विथ होम वी वेंट एंड इंटरेक्टेड in the Adivasi areas over and over again were patient, and our publishers, the Routledge International, were also patient. So the patience therefore takes its toll on time, but here it is now, and we hope that these will be read, commented, critiqued, and give us as an organization, some of us as authors, a good critique to improve ourselves when the next tribal development report by BRLF is attempted 5 years down the line. I think this is one thing that the organization should do every half a decade, because things do change, perceptions also do change, and it is important to bring them together and put it out before everybody. It is also a commitment that हम इनमें जो लिखा है ये आदिवासी समाजों के सामने ले जाएंगे, ये हमारा दायित्व बनता है। नहीं तो इस एक्सरसाइज करने का कोई मतलब नहीं है, क्योंकि उन्हें पता चलना चाहिए कि क्या लिखा गया है। तो इसमें भाषा की अड़चन आएगी, हम उसे दूर करेंगे। अभी तो ये अंग्रेजी में है, लेकिन ये हम कोशिश करेंगे कि भारत की भाषाओं में, आदिवासी जनजातियों की भाषाओं में भी ये उनके सामने ये पहुंचे। ये शायद बहुत बड़ी कमिटमेंट के बारे में बोल रहा हूँ, लेकिन ये हमें देना ज़रूरी है। ये कमिटमेंट BRLF मेरे ख्याल में बना ही इसीलिए है। थोड़ा बहुत अच्छा काम पिछले 8-10 सालों में BRLF से बना, तब से हुआ है। आप लोग सब जानते हैं इसके बारे में। इसके बारे में ज़्यादा बात करने की मेरे ख्याल में ज़रूरत नहीं है, जो काम है वो बोलेगा। हमारा रिसर्च वर्टिकल जिसने इस 2 वॉल्यूम्स को अपने अंजाम तक ले जाने में काफ़ी मेहनत की, एंड वी आर very happy to have a very vibrant research vertical. Our program team, who actually facilitated massively the authors' interactions with the communities, because हम सब कुछ इलाकों को जानते हैं, सारे इलाकों को नहीं जानते जो ऑथर्स थे, लेकिन जहाँ पे हम नहीं जानते वहाँ पे एकदम से जाना like a parachute trooper and start asking questions is not good research. तो वो ये बात सबके जहन में थी, और इस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में फिर हमारी ऑफिस ने, हमारे प्रोग्राम टीम ने हमें काफ़ी ऑथर्स को मदद की, और जो BRLF का जो स्टाफ है, सबसे बड़ी बात इसमें ये है कि हमारे CEO शांति से पुश करते रहे सारे ऑथर्स को, जिसके बिना ये संभव नहीं था। और फाइनली इस तरह के वॉल्यूम्स को कोई अगर एडिट कर सकता था, कोई इनको समेट के सामने रख सकता था, तो मेरे ख्याल में सबसे अच्छा चयन वही था। डॉक्टर मिहिर शाह और विजय शंकर जी, जिन्होंने अपनी सारी जिंदगी समर्पित की है जनजातियों के साथ काम करने के लिए, और द साइट वाज completely appropriate that they brought everything together conceptually, not only conceptually, but as well as their praxis you can see in this volume, and that permeates through this work that is there. We are certain that the South Asia edition will come, and we would definitely request you all, and we'll also try and facilitate that process. Unfortunately, the way things are in international finance world, we are too weak in terms of pound and dollars. That's all right. Things will change one day. Till then, I suppose we need to wait for South Asia edition. Thank you very much for coming here.
Thank you, Professor Dandekar. I would now like to invite one of our first volume editor, Dr. Mihir Shah. Dr. Mihir Shah, after co-founding Samaj Pragati Sahyog in 1990, Dr. Shah has spent over the last 3 decades living and working in remote central Indian among the tribal communities, forging new paradigms of inclusive and sustainable development. From 2009 to 2014, he was the member of the erstwhile Planning Commission, Government of India, and he was chiefly responsible for drafting the paradigm shift in water enunciated in the 12th five-year plan. As also the makeover of Manrega with a renewed emphasis on rural livelihoods based on construction of productive assets. In 2019, the Government of India invited him to chair a committee to draft a new national water policy. We would now like to invite him to introduce the volume. Okay.
Respected Professor Mintz, President BRLF, Professor Ajay Dandekar, CEO BRLF, Shri Paramathesh Ambasta, my fellow co-editor, Shri P.S. Vijay-Shankar, and all of you who have made time to be with us this morning. Early mornings are not very easy in New Delhi, but I think we have a very good response, and I'm very grateful for all of you for having come here. The report that we are releasing today is about the invisible people of India. A testament to how truly invisible they are is the fact that this is almost the first report of its kind about the Adivasis of India in more than 7 decades since independence. देश को आजाद हुए 75 साल हो चुके हैं, लेकिन शायद ये पहली बार हुआ है कि आदिवासी समुदाय को लेकर एक ट्राइबल डेवलपमेंट रिपोर्ट तैयार की गई है, आज रिलीज की जा रही है। इससे ज्यादा हमें परिचय देने की जरूरत नहीं है कि आदिवासियों की उपेक्षा किस हद तक इस देश ने की है। In the development paradigms of our time, there are those who do not find a place. Their interests are not merely ignored, they are deeply wounded. Among them is the ecosystem that nurtures life on Earth, as also the aboriginal inhabitants of this planet, the Adivasis. The relentless juggernaut of rapacious consumption destroys forests, mines groundwater, pollutes rivers, as also the air we breathe. The well-being of communities who are weak and without a voice gets trampled over in the process. The Adivasis of India have suffered great historical injustice. This report seeks to document these injustices, but also attempts to explain how we can redress them. It chronicles the various ways in which policy has impacted Adivasis, policies that ignored them, and others that tried to benefit them. In each case, the aim is to discover the way forward so that we can learn from the mistakes of the past, as also from those attempts that show glimmers of insight that we can build upon. The report is inspired by efforts to support Adivasis to find their sense of agency in the massive task of national reconstruction, and an attempt to learn from the Adivasis what they can and need to teach us about sustainable development, of a way of life that both understands and respects nature. Measured on any reasonable metric, among all communities, the Adivasis of India find themselves at the bottom of the development pyramid. In all kinds of physical and social infrastructure and human development, including health, nutrition, education, irrigation, roads, and governance, they have suffered the maximum neglect. On top of that, they have also borne the brunt of the ravages of development. And here I'd like to quote from the document of the 12th five-year plan prepared by the Planning Commission. Independent estimates place the number of people displaced following development projects in India over the last 60 years at 60 million. And only a third of these are estimated to have been resettled in a planned manner. This is the highest number of people uprooted for development projects in the world. Most of these people are the assetless rural poor, marginal farmers, poor fisherfolk, and quarry workers. Around 40% of those displaced belong to the Adivasis and 20% to Dalit communities. Given that 90% of our coal, more than 50% of most minerals, and most prospective dam sites are in Adivasi regions, there is likely to be continuing contention over issues of land acquisition in these areas inhabited by some of our most deprived people, unquote. The report calls for a re-examination of some of the conventional theories of development planning on which experience of development in India and the rest of the world has been based. Mainstream regional economic planning entails a growth pole strategy designed with the expectation of favorable spin-off impacts for the larger region. Advocates for the strategy argue that all regions do not possess equal capacity to grow, and therefore deliberate focusing on investment on a limited number of centers would satisfy a necessary condition for development. Typically, the strategy involves concentration of investment at a limited number of locations in an attempt to encourage economic activity and thereby improve the standards of living within a broader region. A growth pole is viewed as a set of expanding industries located in an urban area and inducing further development of economic activity throughout its zone of influence. It is generally assumed that early development within a region would initially generate increasingly large differentials in income and development, but gradually, as the core prospers, inter-regional income inequality, after reaching a maximum level, would subsequently decline in the manner of an inverted U, which economists call the Kuznets curve. Adivasi experience in India, however, directly contradicts this sanguine view that dominates mainstream development economics. It is clear that while the growth pole could be regarded as a necessary condition for growth of a region, it is by no means sufficient for this purpose. Contrary to the perception of a distributive core, we find that increasingly the deprivation of Adivasis happens around the growth pole. What is more, given the abysmal levels of human development of the Adivasi people, thanks to the complete absence of requisite health and education facilities in their areas, they are deeply disadvantaged in being able to benefit from the possibilities of growth in these regions. This not only points to the infirmities and inadequacies of the prevailing regional development strategies, but also raises pertinent questions about the nature of development taking place around the so-called growth poles. Clearly, development coexists with underdevelopment in a large number of districts in India. It may even be that the development and underdevelopment of sub-regions within the same region could be of one piece. As Albert Hirschman, an economist who should have got the Nobel Prize in economics, but was never awarded the same, presciently warned nearly half a century ago, and I will quote Hirschman here. In the early stages of rapid economic development, when inequalities in distribution of income among different classes, sectors, and regions are apt to increase sharply, it can happen that society's tolerance for such disparities will be substantial. To the extent that such tolerance comes into being, it accommodates, as it were, the increasing inequalities in an almost providential fashion. But this tolerance is like a credit that falls due at a certain date. It is extended in the expectation that eventually the disparities will narrow again. If this does not occur, there is bound to be trouble and perhaps disaster, unquote. The initial gratification caused by hope-inducing tunnel effect that Hirschman drew attention to has long since run its course in Adivasi India, which is increasingly gripped by a sense of alienation and disenchantment with the national mainstream. Because they generally form such a small proportion of the district or state population, they are also often unable to influence the mainstream political agenda. The political leadership that arises, for the most part, projects them only symbolically and strategically. It has a limited voice in effecting power sharing between the state and tribal areas, which for many is a critical step to improve the lives of tribals in India. There is, therefore, an urgent need to rethink strategies of development for these regions with a greater focus on sustainable and equitable natural resource management within a framework of greater devolution of powers and participatory development planning. The Bharat Rural Livelihoods Foundation, BRLF, was constituted by the Government of India with precisely this aim in view. The focus of BRLF work is the Central Indian Adivasi Belt, centered on sub-districts with more than 20% Adivasi population in around 1,000 sub-districts across about 190 districts in the states of Andhra Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Gujarat, Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Odisha, Rajasthan, Telangana, and West Bengal. The aim is to build a new paradigm of sustainable and equitable development anchored in the principles of subsidiarity and people's empowerment. Exemplifying this new paradigm through the work of carefully selected civil society partners, mandatorily working in close partnerships with Gram Sabhas, Gram Panchayats, and state governments would enable an improvement in the implementation of the various programs of the central and state governments, which have suffered historically from a growing gap between outlays and impactful outcomes on the ground. The goal is to rebuild the confidence of the Adivasi people in Indian democracy and India's development process by establishing their agency as the pivot upon which the entire development momentum is built. This report is a logical culmination of the work BRLF has been doing in this direction over the past almost 10 years now. The idea is to get the best scholars and practitioners to come together to review different key facets of the lives of Adivasis, as also the various programs meant for Adivasi development, in order to build a better understanding of the Adivasi predicament and come up with suggestions for improving the design and quality of implementation of development programs. At a time when the world faces an unprecedented channel to its ways of thinking about development and our relationship to nature, underscored by COVID-19, it is this legacy that could teach us so much about respecting and preserving diversity, about a way of life based on virtues of simplicity and humility that post-industrial civilization has all but forgotten. It may not still be too late to learn from our Adivasi teachers. The question for all of us is, do we have the requisite humility and sagacity to be students again? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Shah. That was amazing. Now I would request our other volume editor, Shri P.S. Vijay Shankar, to present his bit on the volume. P.S. Vijay Shankar is also a co-founder of the Samaj Pragati Sahyog, one of the largest civil society initiatives in water and agriculture based out of central India. He has lived and worked with the tribal communities for over 3 decades. He's also a visiting scholar at the Center for Advanced Study of India, University of Pennsylvania in the United States. He's currently an adjunct faculty at the Center for Public Affairs and Critical Theory at Shiv Nadar University. He is the founding director of Nature Positive Farming and Wholesome Food Foundation, a company that is engaged in the promotion of sustainable agriculture. We would now like to invite him to talk a little bit about the volume.
Distinguished guests of the dais, and my friends and colleagues in the audience. It's great to be here today when this book is being released after, Ramesh mentioned, a very long struggle, about 4 or 5 years. And it's a very relevant document as well, which is now seeing the light of the day. Before our chief guest comes in, my job is to quickly run through some of the contents, some of the important papers which are contained in this volume. And I'd like to look at the report from a slightly research kind of point of view. Even though this is not primarily a research document, it does not contain much of a primary research, but the people who have written it has been working on this tribal issue for many, many years. And that knowledge, that research experience has gone into it, and it therefore contains a lot of research insights on Adivasi areas. Dr. Shah ne bhi mentioned kiya ki tribal people are the most, are the invisible people, or jo most neglected hai in the development history of India. So, एक important reason उसका ये हो सकता है कि that we know very little about tribal communities. The communities that we are talking about, the kind of groups that we are talking about, there are so many groups, so many languages, diversity is immense. How much do we know about them? That is the question that one has to look at. And here I refer to one of the papers written by Dr. Dandekar in the volume, where he talks about the knowledge about tribals has come during the colonial period in particular, has come from 2 major sources. One is the kind of studies by sociologists, anthropologists, cultural historians who have traveled in the tribal area, travelers, the writers, and all those kind of people, including the group that we call Indologists or Orientalists, William Jones and many other people like that. From their that tradition, a lot of knowledge of tribal communities have emerged, which has the problem of glorification of tribal communities to some extent. But that is one body of knowledge which comes from the tribals, written by people who are non-tribals. It's not necessarily a problem that you are writing, you're a non-tribal and therefore you can't write about tribals, or you have to be a tribal to write about tribals. It doesn't follow. The person who has probably highlighted the tribal issues most in the country is very relevant. He's not even an Indian. He's actually somebody from outside. So one doesn't have to be a tribal to speak about tribals. But point is that the way you speak, the manner in which you conduct your discussion and what you talk about is most important issue. Second group of knowledge on tribal India has come from soldier administrators. What do they call soldier administrators? Basically people who have come to rule the country, the part of the East India Company initially, then the British government and the governments that followed. And their way of looking at tribals again is slightly from outside. And you have terms like thugs, thuggies, there's a long discussion on thuggies. Even now, if you come here, some auto wala charges you an extra money, you will say, usne humko thag liya. That thug has become a very common use, but actually it refers to the primitive and denotified tribals, about which there's a paper in this volume, those kind of groups, which the administrator, the scholar, the colonizing administrator found a problem. He had to be suppressed, he had to be destroyed. That's the kind of knowledge which is coming out. So these are coming discourses on tribals coming from outside the tribal world. And then we have another tradition of knowledge about tribals, which largely focuses on insurgency. Insurgency, or the flashpoint when the tribals get into struggle with the system. There have been a long history of tribal struggles. In those flashpoints, the consciousness of the tribals comes out. What the subaltern historians call when the subaltern speaks for himself or herself. Those kind of moments. There's been a bit of a research on that as well. But that again looks at tribals from a partial point of view. When the person is either a victim, or when the person is angry, or when the person is protesting. So when I'm angry or protesting, when I am in a victim mode, that's probably not the real me. There may be a real me which is something different. So that needs to be understood. How do you get to that? For that, I think it's necessary to understand tribals in their own, the way they look at themselves, primarily through language. There's a very important paper by Professor Ganesh Devi on tribal languages, written very briefly, but he had done much more work on that, as we know. So that actually says that language is house of thought. When we are thinking, I am thinking right now in English and speaking to you. I am from Kerala, I may be thinking of Malayalam and then translating to English. But the way a person thinks, languages are always mediated by language. So study of tribal languages becomes very important. And if you look at tribal languages, there are many, many languages, and many of them are not even written down. They are probably oral traditions. So study of oral history of tribals also becomes very important, because many tribal languages do not have script even. So they are spoken more than written down or read out or something. So one has to understand that. And that probably will give us a clue, a kind of a key to the worldview, to understand the worldview of the tribal community, the way they think, the kind of interaction they have with the outside world, the cultural practices that they follow, and the kind of interaction they have with the outside world, on how they internalize those interactions. So that needs to be done. So this is now a vast universe one is talking about. As I mentioned, there are many, many tribal communities. Many of them, the names are also very, very different. I'm not even talking about the Northeast. Northeast is a much more diverse kind of thing. The report is centrally focused on Central Indian tribal belt. But even if you go there, there are so many languages, Bhili, Gondi, there are so many scripts and languages are there. So many groups are there. So it's a vast kind of universe that one is talking about, which needs to be studied. And that particular branch of study, what you can call Adivasi studies or tribal studies, is just growing in India. As both Dr. Nandekar and Dr. Misha mentioned, this understanding is growing slowly, but definitely a certain body of knowledge is coming up, which need to be looked at. Recently, Modern Asian Studies brought out a whole special issue on the world of Adivasis, edited by Dr. Vinita Damodaran, which contains a set of papers of the kind I'm talking about, trying to understand the communities in their own context, from their own worldview, and in their own voices, if possible. So this current volume, I will say, is probably located in that direction, trying to contribute to those kind of studies, at least open up a set of issues, create a template around which future work can happen, this kind of research can happen. So there are, for example, initial paper is on the macroeconomic situation of the tribal communities, which Science has put together a lot of indicators comparing tribals with non-tribal communities. Similarly, there are papers on tribal livelihoods, on agriculture, on energy and infrastructure in tribal areas, and which is largely related to the kind of public investment proportion which has gone into tribal areas, which tribal areas have been largely deprived of. That's the kind of argument which is developed there, which need to be even more looked at and more expanded much more. Also, because we are talking about many of the government programs, when we think of extending a program which is implemented elsewhere, probably successfully, to a tribal area, there will be very specific that one may need to look at. The program implementation also, if you're looking at purely from a program point of view, one need to understand the context where one is going to implement these kind of things. Then there's a paper on what is called footloose laborers or tribal migration. Migration is an essential factor in the tribal livelihood. If you look at Central Indian tribals also, tribal migration has been a very, very key component of the way they dealt with the outside world. For example, in Madhya Pradesh, we are talking about Madhya Pradesh, the migration from tribal pockets to Nimad Valley, where wheat cultivation was happening, is the primary source of the wheat boom, which happened around the close of 19th century in the Nimad Valley. Crispin Bates has written about that. And more recently, if you talk about the cotton boom, which happened in Berar, and which is happening, still going on in Berar and Amravati, etc., the tribal migrant labor plays a very important critical role there. The tribal migration is one important thing that one need to look at, how that merges with the overall economic development of the country and so on. There's an important paper on that. Then I think one paper Pramtesh has mentioned from the issue on land. The very critical paper by Pradeep Prabhu on the kind of land issues faced in tribal India. The land has always been a source of contention in tribal pockets. So there have been intrusions into tribal territory. There have been resistance from tribals. There have been legal kind of framework apparently created to protect tribal communities, but which have failed spectacularly. And various instances of that state-wise is given. There's a very important paper. I think one of the key highlights of the whole report, I would say. Then there are papers related to health and education and nutrition. Again, the kind of indicators how tribal communities are the most deprived. Then there is some discussion on the gender issues, which is not very adequate. There should be more such discussions, but how the role of women, particularly in tribal communities, how they are structured. We have a lot of notions about tribal women, but actually what is their real situation? There is some work in the report on that. And one particular thing, which is earlier probably part of the discussions here, is about the judicial system and how that is dealt with the tribal communities. There was a paper initially, but unfortunately that could not really not figure in the final report that we have, which actually talks to you about the kind of legal system and the kind of injustice the legal system has meted out to tribals. A number of under trials who are tribals who are in various jails in India. There's been a very interesting paper, but that's not there in the volume right now. Then there are papers on Forest Rights Act and like for FRA and PESA, how these acts have been formulated, why they have been formulated, what are the provisions, and why they are so inadequately implemented in tribal areas. There's a lot of discussion on that. Then there are one more critical paper, very important paper, is on the category called denotified tribals, from which the paper written by Professor Dandekar, which I quoted just now. Denotified tribals or criminal tribals are those ones which are being sort of some kind of indisciplined and unruly tribals about whom the colonial people have written a lot, but our understanding is very, very inadequate. It's a very important kind of thing that we need to look at. And there's a very crucial paper on that in this volume. And finally, we spoke about tribal language and arts. There are a couple of papers on these issues also. On tribal languages, Professor Devi has written, and on tribal art and culture, Sudeshna has written a paper, how the tribal communities work with the kind of stuff they have. The most easiest thing that they have is wood. What kind of things they make out of wood, of metals they have, or bamboo, and the kind of tribal arts, paintings, the whole cultural world of tribals, which is another way of understanding. When I mentioned language, language is not only spoken or written kind of thing, it's also the way that you interact with the outside world, how you communicate your emotions. That is what primary language is. So tribal arts could be one way of understanding tribal consciousness also. So what I'm basically saying is that all these respects the kind of issues that I mentioned here, an initial beginning has been made in this report, albeit only a beginning. The beginning has been started, but I think more work need to follow and more such understanding need to be developed on tribal communities. Then only I think even the development program that we are talking about can be effective in tribal areas. So I think this is a welcome initiative started by Bharat Rural Livelihood Foundation, but it need to be followed up a lot more. With those words, I'll conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Viju. We would now like to request our chief guest, Professor Sounjarya Mins, Vice Chancellor, Sidhu Kanu Murmu University, to release the volume as well as address the gathering. Dr. Soundarya Mins is an Indian academic. She graduated from the Women's Christian College, Chennai. She completed her post-graduation from Madras Christian College. She's a computer scientist who's obtained her PhD in computer science from Jawaharlal Nehru University. She served as a professor at Jawaharlal Nehru University, Barkatullah University, and the Madurai Kamraj University. She's a vocal crusader for Dalit and Adivasi rights. On May 27th, 2020, she became the Vice Chancellor of Sidhu Kanu Murmu University in Dumka. With these words, we would ask her to release these volumes. This concludes the inaugurating panel. We would now, sorry, if you could present.
Johar one and all. On the dais, Sri Pramathesh ji, Dr. Ajay Dandekar, the editors of the two voluminous volumes, Dr. Mihir Shah and Vijay Shankar ji, and the BRLF fraternity in this hall. A very warm Johar to one and all again. Yeah, it's my, in a sense, personal honor to be part of the release of these two volumes. And I find myself totally inadequate to make any comment on, this report which has come out. Although I tried to go over some pages of the report which was made accessible to me on the online for multiple reasons, but one of the main reasons being why I find myself most inadequate person in this hall is because I'm I'm trained mathematician and computer scientist, and having to make some sense to even speak on such a report, which after so much of labor and a very well thought of project has come out and is in our hands. So for this reason, I want to not only congratulate, but thank BRLF and the research vertical, which considered it that at least this one thing be done, as it was being said by Dr. Shah, that, so many years of independence, and this was a much awaited exercise to have been done by someone or the other. And especially, considering the geographical span that has got the coverage or has been considered for this report to be put together. As I was, therefore, instead of trying to make any comment on the report as such, I would like to receive this report. Some more time. I would like to receive this report because I said the inadequacy in my academic training, but also being one of the few tribal persons who are here present in this hall. I have tried to find this forenoon a blind spot between the two programs, one which started yesterday, organized by the National Commission for Scheduled Tribes, which is a workshop being organized for universities, inviting vice chancellors and directors of, IITs, NITs, and AIMS, and etc. For all the number of institutions, you would know more than 1,000. 1,000, I think we are roughly 60 heads of the institution there. It started yesterday. And we know we've been told by the outcome or reply to a RTI says there are 4 tribal VCs in the entire country. And I think I'm one of those 4. So therefore, I would like to receive this report, really, not only as a vice chancellor, but also a person who's been able to have an academic career and an academic journey so far. And so from my friends who have been engaged more in the academic flavor of anything to do with tribals, issues, development, and etc., we have had this difficulty on finding a word to describe ourselves, whether it be tribal, whether it should be Adivasi, whether it should have been Aborigines, whether it is indigenous people. So to begin with, the matter is about a word that can describe us, or we agree to be described as. And with time and everything, so one is an academic definition and the other is constitutional definition also, because as per the constitution, not most of us have continued to be living 24/7 and into 30, for the year long in our territories, but we have either made seasonal or otherwise, migration to other places, and why not? And so therefore, much as, the difficulty in finding a word which we agree to be described by, there is again this most contentious word called development. And therefore, there have been multiple debates and discussions. However, irrespective of all these confusion, at least if there is one report which makes a version 1.0, as a software or teaching software engineers, I would assume that this is a version 1.0, those who would engage, because it was said that it would be presented and shared with the communities about whom the report also includes the description. When shared, I'm wondering if there would be some false positives or true negatives, which will actually be identified to make the version 2.0 and then version 3.0 and so on and so forth, because unless we do that, we would not see the progression that is expected. And then because it's a journey, finally, and therefore, so, whole lot of terms such as, development, again, economy or tribal economy, macro, micro, whatever economy, and etc. Maybe the words such as the deprivation or deprived, marginalized, maybe those will come to terms with a better sense of what is meant by deprivation and what I choose to be isolated. Why do you call me deprived? Things like that. But this is only my version. And again, matters related to Adivasis or tribals in India, again, even if we consider the entire central India belt from Dang districts or their neighbors up to Sundarban, in itself is complex. And again, having the privilege of being fifth schedule and not being fifth schedule and etc. again causes so much of more diversity, if not confusion. And so to come to terms with it by the friends of tribals, if alongside we tribals also come on board, maybe we would be able to bring a more impactful version 2.0, 3.0, and so on and so forth. I would therefore like to say that this is one sample, and the sample also is based on the experiences of mostly friends of tribals who have invested years and years, decades of their life. I would like to refrain from using the word career, but they have devoted and spent their life being there to understand. And based on the understanding, some of these matters have been articulated, which are not truly data. I'm a data scientist. I would have loved to see tables and tables and tables in order to do some knowledge mining. But here is what we also have text mining, by the way, so we could do those mining. But then here is something which is 1.0. I would also like to just mention, I mean, for the benefit of some, and see, it's so crucial to language is so crucial. We know there are a number of words in probably our mother tongues for which we don't have an equivalent synonym in another language, you see. And so how does that semantic gap presented or not presented? And therefore, here we have information which would have missing values. And therefore, my hope is that version 2.0 would also look into those missing values. The third aspect, as I would like to mention, I had been away, my own educational journey, I had been away from, and part of my career, I've been away from Jharkhand for 40 years. From June 1980, when I left, I came back as a vice chancellor. Again, one of the mysteries or miracles of COVID-19, that I happened to be appointed a vice chancellor in June of 2020. And what I have learned, touching base with the ground zero more now as a mature adult than when I had left Jharkhand, is that I've heard people testify that, they come and ask questions, they befriend us, then they try to learn, they ask us more questions, we tell them, they learn some things by being with us, but when they ask questions and we don't answer, they think we don't know the answer. They don't know that we don't want to tell them the answer. So there are these intentional missing values. And those intentional missing values, unless, we truly bring justice, liberty, equality, and fraternity a flavor or in the value, it may not come. And I'm sure this is part of the journey of some who have probably spent 3 to 4 decades being with the tribals, being friends of tribals. And then maybe there are going to be not only this Amrit period of the next 25 years, but beyond that, it might take that, so that when we would actually have good flavor of justice, liberty, equality, fraternity, probably version 3.0 will be much more holistic than even 2.0 and 1.0. So with these words, and not being again from these disciplines, but then to be responding to some of the good things which have been brought out now in the report. Now that I have it in paper, I'll be able to read, because I keep reading only while I'm traveling. I read more when I'm traveling. I'll be able to do some of these. And I would once again like to congratulate the editors for having put in so much of effort of editing the articles from the authors. And I want to thank and congratulate all the authors for putting their time and mind and their energies into putting all those articles. and not only BRLF for bringing this to happen, but also the publishers, Rollins and CRC, Taylor and Francis, yeah, for agreeing to publish this. Because I think there is also quite dearth of references for even doing academic studies or taking the academic concerns further, even by the tribals. Unless we have those references, unless we have some of those articles, how does even a tribal come on board and either substantiate it or counter it and supplement it? And so this is going to be, again, a very, very useful, very, I think, comprehensive report, which can become a point of reference. So I would like to therefore think probably not dream, because but dreams do get fulfilled. But I would like to imagine that there will be many more Jaipal Singh Mundas from across the country who can become and who would continue to be the aspirational, not only Adivasis, but Indians of this country, and to be able to not only to be able to contribute, but to be able to say in this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mins. We certainly hope that there is going to be a version 3.0 where we have addressed the problem of missing values through better data validation and triangulation. With this brings us to the close of the inaugural session. We would now like to invite you to all to join us for the high tea. The next panel starts at 11:30. Thank you so much. Maybe you can help us write the algorithm for maybe getting a better understanding.
I will be giving my bags.
Not a problem.
I'm not supposed to carry anything. I'm ending up with dinner and breakfast.
Okay, no, not a problem. What we can do is we can keep it. Hello, everybody. Can we please request everybody to join us back? We are ready to start our first panel discussion. This is the session on tribal and human development. This is the first session. The session chair is Professor Amitabh Kundu, and we would like to invite him to the dais. Professor Kundu. Thank you, sir. We would also like to invite our panel discussant for the education paper. It would be Ms. Smita Agarwal. For the health paper, we would have Dr. Vandana Prasad. And for the migration paper, we would have Muhammad Abdul Qasir Haq. We would also invite our authors, Vimla Ramachandran. Professor Ramachandran would be joining us online. For the health paper, we would have with us Dr. Tanya Shishadji. We would also invite her to the dais. And for the third paper, which is written by Professor Ajay Dandekar, Professor Rahul Ghai, and Shri Pramatish Ambasta, we would also request them to join us in the dais. Acha. Mr. Qasir Haq, would you join us to the dais? Now I'll leave it to the panel chair, Professor Kundu, to take over the proceedings. Thank you.
Colleagues and friends, it's honor and privilege for me to be a part of this function, which is releasing the 2 volumes of the Tribal Development Report. I generally work with secondary data, and when Dr. Pramatish Ambasta asked me to associate with this panel discussion, I thought that I will just look at the information system which has been used in different chapters and perhaps tell how perhaps some updating can be done or some new data sets can be brought in. But I think he had a different idea. He wanted me to learn something from the grassroots level. And it's been a really, really great experience for me to go through the 4 chapters. And it really tells that how the information from the primary level, organized by active participation of the civil society organizations, can strengthen our hypothesis that we build in front of our laptops. So I'm really very happy and honored to be part of this panel discussion. You see, you remember Alice when she was lost with strange creatures in the wonderland. At one point of time, She drinks a potion and she becomes very, very tall. And she looks down, look at her feet. And you know what the first thought she had? She said, oh my God, so much of distance has been created between myself and my feet. And the major worry she had, Lewis Carroll describes it, that would my feet behave the same way that I think? Would they obey my orders? There can be problems of communication because of the distance, and distance, quote unquote, social cultural distances which have been created. And then she tells herself, oh, don't worry, I will find a solution. I would try to take care of them once in a while. And every Christmas, I must send my feet some gift so that they are in my control and they walk the way I want them. I was just thinking that Lewis Carroll perhaps was trying to describe, present the core periphery relationship that exists in many countries with regard to the, culturally deprived groups of population. And the federal system that we have also derived largely is that, try to understand their problems, try to put in money here and there and send gifts through some tribal development programs. But I think this attempt which has been made here is to understand the ground reality, not only by using secondary data sets, which all of us, I can also point out some of the things here, but much more importantly, combining it with the field experiences. I'm really very excited about this volume. I would like to go through the entire other chapters also, and I'm very much, excited about listening to the presentations. I won't take much time, but perhaps at the end, if I have anything to say, I would come over. Maybe we can start the presentations of different scholars. And can you just suggest some disciplining method? I don't want to come in as a chairperson and shooting people to stop this. Maybe 10 minutes for presentation? 10 to 15 minutes for presentation? 10 to 15 minutes for the discussion also. Let's give them similar amount of time, but if there is a point that person is making and which is important, we can perhaps extend it a little bit also. We can be flexible. Excellent. So which one do we begin with?
With education, Dr. Vimla Ramachandran has joined us online.
All right. So let's have.
Yeah, start with it.
Vimla, you have your presentation. The time is yours. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
After your presentation, there will be a discussions, comments, and then there will be some general discussion also from the floor. Okay. And I hope you will be with us throughout the whole session. Huh?
Yeah. Thank you.
The time is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. In fact, this report has been a long time in the making. The first draft we did sometime in 2016 to 18. And then we had to, first it was all the tribal areas, and then we had to bring it down to Schedule 5 areas and West Bengal. Now, I do have a PowerPoint, but I don't need to use it. I don't need to project it because it is just for my own understanding. So here I go. Literacy rates, school participation, higher education, higher secondary education, completion rates, dropout rates, gender-related indicators, as Dr. Kundu has said, are actually excellent indicators of the overall status of the tribal community in India. But we have to remember that across all these, the situation of children in tribal areas, mostly Schedule 5 areas, has remained worrisome since independence. And equally, scheduled tribe communities are not homogeneous. There are significant regional variations and sub-community variations among the tribal community. I would also like to bring to the fore that there have been recommendations made since 1960s, which is about improving or tweaking pedagogic and linguistic aspects of education, having more teachers who are trained from tribal areas who speak the tribal languages, the need for multilingual books, especially at the primary level. And this has been reiterated as late as the policy of 2020. And of course, the school schedule and the rhythm that has to match the tribal communities, because the holidays that we give seem to be very insensitive to the tribal communities. Now, what is the reality on the ground? Since 1947, there has really been no political resolve to address education-related issues from preschool to higher education in tribal areas for tribal communities. As a result, in most areas, there is almost 20% gap between the tribal communities and other communities in India. Why has this been so? One of the most important factors is that most central government programs or even state-specific programs have been designed for the whole country, and the specific requirements and needs and challenges faced in Schedule 5 areas have not been tailored into the educational policy. So this one shoe fits all kind of approach has been a major issue with school education as well as higher education in tribal areas. Among the issues which are really important for us to take into consideration are that tribal areas have the maximum percentage of small schools, which means enrollment less than 50, with one teacher or two teachers at the elementary level. The second most important issue that we really need to take on board is that the percentage of scheduled tribe teachers, even in tribal areas, has remained very low, and especially women teachers has remained a huge problem. We had to keep in mind that in rural remote areas, almost 100% of all tribal children go to government schools. Are dependent on schools, and therefore how well the government school functions is a very, very important factor in determining the tribal children's access and also their ability to move from preschool right up to high secondary and later on. And one factor which I'd like to constantly draw attention to, which sometimes I feel people in government don't listen, is that in most tribal areas at the secondary and high secondary level, science and commerce is not taught. And then we keep on saying that we don't have that many doctors, we don't have that many A&Ms, we don't have that many lab technicians. That's because at the school level, science has been very, very consciously put aside, even though there is no policy barrier. There is no policy that says that you should not teach science in tribal areas in the secondary and high secondary schools. But huge shortage of teachers is a major issue. Now, what is the impact of all this? The dropout rate of children in tribal areas and among tribal communities is much, much higher than all other communities in India. And this has been the case since the 1950s and 1960s. And I am really quite upset that things have not improved so significantly, even after the introduction of Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan and now the Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan. Now, why is this the case? I want to stick to my 10 minutes. That's why I'm going to make it I'm just going to be a more analytical. The mainstream education system does not recognize the conditions, that is scattered habitations, remoteness, diversity, aspirations of most Adivasi people in the country. And as I said, that the prevalence of high percentage of small schools, single teacher schools, two teacher schools also means that more and more teachers are not able to attend. And especially if there are teachers who are not tribal, are not living in the tribal area, absenteeism rates are extremely high. Insensitive educational administration also means that there is no meaningful decentralization or devolution of both authority and responsibility. What has government tried to do? They have tried to have institutions like ashram shalas or Ekalavya model schools. And these are the only two institutions that they have. And the tribal education is sort of falls between two stools. Many of the schools are run by the Tribal Welfare Department and many are run by the Government Education Department. And therefore, when Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan or even now Samagra Shiksha tries to bring in any kind of reform, they're only specific to those schools which are run by the government. So the those schools run by Tribal Welfare Department are lagging behind in many of the inputs. This is even the case for this very, very small tribal population of Adi Dravids in a place like Tamil Nadu. We also know that in tribal areas has a much higher percentage of contract teachers, and many of these contract teachers may not have the requisite qualifications, or nor do they have access to training, continuous training and continuous support. And also, as many people have pointed out in the past, that the training programs are not really tailored to enhance not only the subject knowledge, but pedagogic skills, especially to teach in a bilingual manner in classes 1 to 3 at least. And let us not forget that many tribal areas are also conflict zones, both political, like Maoist insurgency, developmental, which includes dislocation, destruction of habitats, the response of the state, industrialists, and the larger business community, and their insensitivity to the problems that this kind of dislocation actually has an impact on education as well as the overall livelihood and survival of the children. We also know that from the recent NFHS studies that malnutrition rates are also very worrisomely high in tribal areas, especially in scheduled areas. So what is the biggest challenge that we face today? That somewhere there needs to be a strong government resolve to address this dual system of administration and education, and the convergence of Tribal Welfare Department and the Education Department. In fact, the situation of schools run by the Tribal Welfare Department is in fact quite sad if you actually go, and I have traveled extensively in Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, in the tribal areas of Madhya Pradesh, in the tribal areas of even southern states. And Dr. Sudarshan is sitting there, I'm sure he will tell you about what the specific situations such a small group of tribals faced for a long time in a place like Mysore. And strategies like the ICDS is also designed for the whole country. Do we need to have a different kind of model? Do we need to have different guidelines? Do we need to have financial norms which are different for tribal areas? How can the construction norms for a school in a plains be the same as the financial construction norms of schools in hilly regions and in remote areas, where taking material to even build a school costs so much money? So somewhere this national guidelines has come in the way of actually realizing our aims of ensuring all tribal children have access to good quality education. So what has been the takeaway from the long paper that I have done? And some of these takeaways and recommendations have been made since the Debar and the Bhuria commissions long time ago. It's not new. Kothari Commission also said the same thing. 1986 policy said the same thing. And now 2020 policy is also saying the same thing. First, we need time-bound, focused, and situation or context-specific plans to address school management and governance in tribal areas, to bridge the gap between the Tribal Welfare Department and the Education Department run schools, enhance the pool of qualified teachers, especially in science, maths, and commerce. And we need a time-bound program in order to do that. And it is not very difficult to do if there is a will. And this glaring lack of science, maths, commerce focus at secondary and higher secondary levels has a ripple effect at higher education. There is an urgent need to scale up and focus on multilingual approaches, especially in elementary education. This has been one of the commitments made in 2020. And let's hope that this commitment is actually met and children are taught first in their own language, their mother tongue, and then they gradually transition to the state language and or English or Hindi, as the case may be. The existing norms and guidelines for pupil-teacher ratios also need to be looked at in tribal areas. We cannot really continue with single teacher schools. We have to look at different norms of pupil-teacher ratios in small schools, because if the children are going up to class 5 in small schools, and if they don't have a dedicated maths teacher or a science teacher, the performance in those subjects is bound to be very poor. And my own work on teachers, which I've done in 2018 and 19, has shown that there are hardly any teachers at the primary level whose subject knowledge of science and maths is strong enough even for them to take class 3 and class 4. We need to have some kind of a focused improvement in the tribal population's participation in higher education, especially women's participation. In higher education, I don't just mean college and going up to PhD. I also include technical education, para-technical education, medical education, paramedical education, and these are really very important, including vocational education. Somehow we really need to have a specific plan for tribal areas so that we enhance the pool of tribal people who are educated and trained in order to run the institutions that are existing or can be created in and importantly, we need to somehow enhance the resources that are available for the education, at least in the medium term, for the next 15 years. What I'm saying is not new. It has been said for the last 6 decades. But somehow I feel that when it comes to tribal education, we have been making very, very slow progress. In the qualitative research studies that I have done over the last, at least I'm just really talking about the last 10 to 15 years, which is not, has shown that there is a tremendous social distance between non-tribal teachers and tribal teachers, leading to the teachers believing that tribal children are not capable of learning. I mean, this kind of mindset needs to be addressed very urgently. Tribal children are as good as all other children, are like all other children. So these kind of mindsets can only be addressed if we make a very, very serious effort, not only to enhance the subject knowledge of teachers, enhance the capacity and pedagogic practices, but also address their attitudes and practices and stereotypes which they carry with themselves into the classroom. I would like to stop here because I was given 10 minutes. So I would very, very look forward to listening to Smita's comments and the other comments. And I hope all of you will be able to read the full paper sometime. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vimla, for your sharp and very focused presentation. May I request now? Whether you can take this mic here. You can take the mic. Okay, thank you.
So thank you, BRLF and Johar, to everyone here. I also have been living in Jharkhand and Jamshedpur for the last several years. So have learned the value of this beautiful word, Johar, which Professor Mins started her talk with. Thank you, Vimla. And I started reading your paper very avidly. And I found that everything that is really needed for a researcher or a practitioner to know as been brought in one place. And I was also almost feeling like, I mean, it's like a gift that you have brought everything in one place, right from kindergarten to college, right from the last, I mean, covering the last 6 decades. You have brought in data, macro panel data. You have brought in all the policies that have been written ever since, I mean, again, in these last several decades, and especially the studies that have been made in education by various practitioners and by scholars in the last 30 years, from the start of almost 90s DPEP until today. So, and I was also wondering that, which was sort of clarified by Mihir, that how come this is the first time that I'm seeing everything in one place, especially focus on tribal education. And then Mihir said in the morning that there's not been any study on tribal development in the last 6 decades. So no, it's no surprise that the same thing holds true for education also. So I think it's a very important paper and a very important resource that will be used by many, many people. I think it should reach to a lot of people who are working in education, because it's a very, very well put together material and data and analysis on education specifically for tribal children and tribal parts of the country. And the way you've brought the Schedule 5 area and then compared it with the non-scheduled tribe pockets of tribal communities, I mean, everything has been like very, very well put together, and it's a very rich resource. I would just like to, and you know, of course, again, you've just in your last 10 minutes, you have brought all the aspects of all the challenges of tribal education, right from terrain challenges to teacher vacancies to, I mean, everything. I won't go into it again. And especially what you have brought out, very, very, very important and critical information is not only how 100 children entering grade 1 become almost 1 or 2 when it comes to completion of graduation, but also how science and technology and mathematics goes completely missing. And of course, all these are very, very important aspects. And then combining it with things like nutritional deficiency. And I must say that it's very comprehensive. And of course, I would also mention that, you know, you've brought in the conflict areas, the displacement. Again, this was referred in the morning that what a huge number of tribal communities have been affected due to displacement of development projects. This has also been touched upon in your paper about, you know, the displacement related issues tribals face, the Maoism. And I would also like to add over here mining, because I work with Tata Steel. And so mining again poses a very big challenge for these areas, and again for the schooling of children. So I'll just like to make some connect with my experience, because it's like scholar and then, you know, practitioner. So I have Is it working now? Okay. So one of the things that you have said is that policy recommendations, very enlightened policy recommendations have come throughout these last few decades, but they have not been implemented. It's as simple as that. There has not even been an attempt very often to implement. You've mentioned about Bhuria Commission, you have mentioned about Kothari Commission, and then, but these have not been implemented. So it's not like there is thinking is missing. It's not like that. It's that the administration has simply decided to ignore it and to neglect it. And that's what has really happened. If I come to so I would just wanted to give you a little bit of a background on my own work with in tribal, with this aspect of tribal education, is that I've worked for almost 10 years in the field of distress seasonal migration, and looked at how these tribal pockets, due to livelihoods distress and agrarian distress in single cropping areas, have become, I mean, they actually end up with food insecurity. So not only migration or adult migration, but family migration has become rampant and has been rampant for several decades. And all these people, and they have become hubs for labor agents to go scout for cheapest possible family labor in almost every pocket of the country. So some are very large pockets, like if you look at Orissa brick migrations to Andhra, or the central Marathwada migrations to the sugarcane Western Maharashtra, the 12 districts, or Gujarat is a hub of distress migrations, fisheries or salt pans or so many other things. And all of these people are brought in by labor agents, and they come and work for 6 to 8 months in extremely difficult open air conditions, huge exploitation. Children follow in tow. Children also work on these sites. So that is a complete disconnect with education. That is making the situation intergenerational. So because by the time a child is 14, the child also becomes part of these labor units. So that is the end of the next generation. And not only these large scale migration trends, but I have also seen in more recent years. So my next engagement has been in Jharkhand and Orissa, as I've been working with Tata Steel Foundation. And we have spent concentrated time from 2014 till today in these, especially in these two areas of tribal areas of Orissa and Jharkhand, especially Keonjhar, West Singhbhum, certain areas, because tribal areas are huge in both of these states. So this has also brought in a lot of insights. So now I find that every small or large pocket, you have labor agents coming and taking people away and children away for work. So that itself is one massive disconnect with education, which needs to be, I mean, again, there has been a lot of policy discussion and debate on this, but nothing is really happening on this. The other thing that I would like to say here is that, I mean, what you're saying is absolutely true, that how the dropout takes place. So this 100 becoming 40 by high school, and then becoming 10 or 12 by higher secondary, and then becoming 1 or 2% by graduation. What are the reasons for that? There are so many reasons for that, but one of the clear-cut reasons which is so visible is the complete lack. So all the norms of school provision get broken. So there is a norm of 1 kilometer radius for primary school, 3 kilometers, at least it used to be, for middle school, 7 kilometers for high schools. But you see in tribal areas, this is not the case. Even middle schools are lacking. You have spoken about high schools, but in many areas, even middle schools are lacking. And when it comes to high schools, they're completely missing. There is a corridor between Jamshedpur and Kalinganagar in Orissa, 260 kilometers corridor. So Tata Steel has its plant in Jamshedpur and then in Kalinganagar. So this corridor is something that we frequently travel on. And I was just marking the number of high schools that you find on this 260 kilometer distance. There are hardly any high schools. And of course, if you go to places like West Singhbhum, which is one of the lowest ranked districts in the country. In fact, Dr. Shekhar from Planning Commission or Niti Aayog had recently visited West Singhbhum and the Saranda forest. And he was saying that this would be probably one of the toughest areas in the entire world, if not India. And he said that, you know, people seem to be 1,000 years behind other rural areas. This is the situation of tribal areas. And when you have no schools available, when a child in class 5 has to think of a school, say 11 or 12 kilometers away, or high school just 40 kilometers away, it's like you're riding on a road, but it turns rocky and then it just completely ends. So how is it ever going to be a motivation for someone to even complete primary school or middle school when you just don't see the presence of higher levels of schooling available to you? So this is absolutely true when you look at the situation on the ground. I would like to share with you, with everyone here, not just the situation that is there on the ground, but what are the possibilities, or what is possible to really do. So I will share from my work in the last maybe several years, is that that we have to find solutions to this. And the solutions that we had found to the migration issue was to create seasonal hostels in rural areas, so that at least children do not migrate. Parents migrate, adults migrate, but at least children do not migrate. And we had set up hostels in many parts of the country, at least in 3 states. And this was taken up on in a very big scale by the government of Orissa. So there are 20,000 seasonal hostels, several thousand seasonal hostels in the KBK districts and around of Orissa, where thousands of migrant children are now staying back and not migrating. Of course, it was disrupted by COVID. I hope it has been recovered and the loss has been recovered. But yes, there are policy. Yes, there are always solutions to a problem. And the problems, I won't again go into detail. I would like to share with you some more work that we have done, which has given us very many insights into a school system itself. So that was about migration, a specific problem. But if you look at the school system and how poorly the school system is serving the tribal students, one of the things that we have done, we are working today with 40 tribal blocks in Orissa and Jharkhand. About half of them are in Jharkhand and half of them are in Orissa, Keonjhar district and West Singhbhum district and surrounding areas. And we have a 3-pronged strategy. One strategy is to have every child in school. So if we go to a block, we make sure every single child is brought back to school and enabled to complete grade 10, school completion. Because only once you complete grade 10 are you changing the equation on the ground. So when we say that every child in school, again, Vimla has spoken about data. Now the data is, the government's claims that there is 2-digit out of school children in a block. 45, 72, this, that, block-wise, Sukinda, Danagadi, these are some of the blocks we are working in. When we did survey, and we've done literally census-like house-to-house surveys, we found in Orissa, on an average, 2,300 to 400 children who are out of school. And in Jharkhand, this number goes to 5,000. 5,000 children out of school of the 6 to 14 age group, not even 9 and 10. This is the number of children who are out of school in tribal areas. Jharkhand is, and of course, it also depends on the amount of the infrastructure availability is much lower in Jharkhand compared to Orissa. So you can actually see that how it impacts children not being in school. Yeah, I'll conclude. The second thing I wanted to say is that we have in the last 6 to 8 years brought nearly 40,000 children out of school back into school. And if you look at the social category of these children, of course, 50% girls and 50% boys, social category of these children who are out of school, 97% of these children are from Dalit and Adivasi communities, mainly Adivasi communities. Dalit incidence is much smaller in these areas, but 97% of these children who are out of school are from Adivasi and Dalit communities, which just goes to show that the system by default will exclude. It's only by design that these children can be included in schools. There is a lot more to share, but I will conclude with this, and thank you very much.
Friends, the key concerns in the context of tribal education has been brought out in the paper by Vimla, and some of them have been re-emphasized by Smita's presentation, and she also brought in some additional points about the migrant workers and their children. Now, the paper is open for discussion. I just wanted to mention one thing, research is an ongoing process. When you analyze certain data sets, combined with the experiences, come to certain conclusions. But again, that opens up many questions. So please feel free to share your experiences, your understanding, which are in conformity with the conclusions, or maybe in slight disagreement, or what are the new data sets or new avenues that you think need to be explored in the context of the work. Because as I was told by Dr. Ambas, that, this will be an ongoing process, and certainly there will be possibilities of moving forward and with additional data sets, and also some of the issues that have been raised can be explored further with greater depth. Maybe, yes, please. Is there some microphone available to you, ma'am? Maybe a couple of mics from here. Exactly, from here you can. Please.
Okay, so like Dr. Vimla said, in a few years back in 2019, I think, in Madhya Pradesh, the MP Education Department had launched a few primary education books on they were multilingual books, they were bilingual books, Hindi and Bhili, or Hindi and Gondi. So I just wanted to know if this initiative, like you said, that books should also be bilingual so that children can first learn with their local language, with their regional and local language, tribal languages, and pass on to Hindi and then further to English and other state languages. So this initiative was started. I don't know how well it went, but if you can throw some insight on that, if there is any information regarding the same available, because I did a very short story. It was very newly launched back then, but I have not been able to follow the impact because I relocated. So if there is anything related to that, please do let me know.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you pass on the microphone to yeah. Please announce your name.
Sir, my name is Rajendra Meher. I work in Odisha. मेरा भी क्वेश्चन उसी के पास है, because language is also playing a very major role in the tribal education. होता क्या है कि जो बच्चा स्कूल में पढ़ता है वो घर में नहीं पढ़ता, तो घर में जो उनका जो बेसिकली जो परवरिश होता है इज बेसिकली नॉट इन द स्कूल, और स्कूल में भी कोई टीचर ऐसा नहीं है कि जो उसको ट्राइबल लैंग्वेज में पढ़ाएगा. देयर इज सम एफर्ट हैज बीन मेड बट इट इज नॉट लाइक दैट. इसमें दो राय है. एक तो राय ये बोलते हैं कि नहीं, अगर बच्चा मेन स्ट्रीम लैंग्वेज नहीं पढ़ेगा तो आगे कैसे बढ़ेगा. अगर उसको जाके आगे जाके अगर वो कॉम्पिटिटिव पास करना है, परीक्षा देना है, तो बेसिकली मेन स्ट्रीम पढ़ना ही पड़ेगा. ये एक थॉट से जो लोग, बहुत सारे लोग बोलते हैं. देन प्रैक्टिकल डिफिकल्टीज की ये होता नहीं है. इट्स बिकॉज ऑफ द लैंग्वेज इशूज मेनी चिल्ड्रन आर गेटिंग ड्रॉप आउट. तो हम लोग नॉर्मली क्या स्टैंड लेंगे? Shall we also ask for the government to prepare everything in the tribal language till the age attend the competitive level or jitna level पर जा सके? Or we will also ask the tribal people to focus on the mainstream language. तो ये थोड़ा dilemma है. तो maybe you can also make it clear कि हम लोग क्या कर सकते हैं. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Johar. One point just that there is another issue, that is a gender issue. Among tribals, the girls get lesser opportunity and they are deprived of. उसको तो सोच लिया जाता है तुम घर का काम करो, मेहमान आए हैं उसके मेहमान नवाजी करो, और स्कूल से आने के बाद पढ़ाई का कोई व्यवस्था नहीं है. This we are facing in East Singhbhum, जहाँ से स्मिता बोली, even West Singhbhum, similar condition. And my colleague Devla was just telling कि tribal language में पढ़ाना already झारखंड में शुरू हुआ. I am not aware, but she is very confident that it has been started there. So there is some initiative in Jharkhand already. Regarding just another aspect, that when these girls complete their secondary education, after the secondary education, इसलिए मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि उस समय तक गवर्नमेंट सपोर्ट देती हुई, उसके बाद गवर्नमेंट का सपोर्ट नहीं, उसके बाद लड़कियों का कॉलेज जाना इज इम्पॉसिबल। एक तो माने जैसे आप हाई स्कूल का बता रहे हैं, कॉलेज और दूर है, बस भाड़ा दे कैन नॉट अफोर्ड, स्कूल में भी नहीं, कॉलेज में भी नहीं। और इसके कारण दूसरी और भी कारण हैं, पोशाक, कॉलेज के बगल में बैठी हुई लड़की अलग टाइप के पोशाक, टिफिन बॉक्स लेके बैठते हैं, जो यहाँ अलग है। वी आर फेसिंग दैट, सो दीज आर रियली इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग्स। एंड सवेरे या आज अभी भी कोई बोले हैं साइंस के बारे में, हम लोग एक छोटा सा प्रोग्राम चलाते हैं इन बच्चों का, लिटरली साइंस के स्टूडेंट्स नहीं मिलते हैं, है ही नहीं, कोई डेवलपमेंट हो ही नहीं रहा है, एग्रीकल्चर में भी नहीं जा रहा है। सरकार के डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम आ रहे हैं, उस प्रोग्राम में देने लायक BILF सबसे ज्यादा जानते हैं इस बात को कि वहाँ पे हम लोग डेपुट नहीं कर पा रहे एग्रीकल्चरिस्ट, क्योंकि लोकल लेवल का, लोकल लैंग्वेज का जैसे हो संताल, इसमें से ट्राइबल लड़के एग्रीकल्चर पढ़ के नहीं आ रहे हैं। मैं एकदम बेस लेवल बताया।
मेरा नाम रानू है। ये जानना चाहती हूँ कि हम सरकारी व्यवस्था की तो बात लगातार करते हैं, किंतु बोथ शिक्षा और स्वास्थ्य हम जानते हैं कि प्राइवेट प्लेयर्स बहुत सारे हैं, खासकर ये सो कॉल्ड लो कॉस्ट इंग्लिश मीडियम स्कूल्स। प्राइवेट एजुकेशन के रेगुलेशन के ऊपर क्या पेपर में कुछ बात हुई है, जानना चाहूंगी। थैंक यू।
Just want to highlight the importance of early stimulation and preschool and the Anganwadi system as an educational system, which Vimla is, of course, very, very familiar with. In this context, there have been innovations, and Odisha has been somewhat a forerunner with a program like Nuar Lima, where Anganwadi curricula have been transformed into multiple tribal languages. And so I think that I just wanted to make sure that we incorporate those systems that are not fitting into the RT currently, and those policy analyses also need to be highlighted. I'm sure that's happened in the chapter. I'm sorry, I haven't read the chapter.
There is no other question from the floor, then I can request Vimla to respond to some of the queries. Right? Okay, Professor Ramchandran, can you pick up?
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. I won't respond to all the questions because it will take too much time, but I would like to make three very important points. One is teaching in mother tongue versus regional language is not either or. In fact, in many countries, including in Vietnam, including in Laos, including in northern parts of Thailand, they start the primary education in the mother tongue, and there is a gradual transition to the local language, whatever it is, the mainstream language. So please don't think that teaching in tribal language at primary means that you have to even have higher education in the same language. There is a question of transition which has happened. The experience in this is very, very vast globally, and therefore it's not about either or. Children have the capacity to actually absorb many languages, but initial interaction with children, both at the level of preschool and very early primary education, has to be in their mother tongue, which needs to go ahead. The second point which I would like to talk about is that, you see, there is very little research on private, both for-profit and not-for-profit institutions and their roles in tribal areas, especially rural and remote areas. That is an area which we need to do some research, but even now only about 17 to 20% of tribal children in Schedule 5 areas are actually going to private schools. Many more perhaps go to private aided, on which there is more information. The last point I'd like to make is that, you see, government data on out-of-school children is not reliable because local officials are fearful of reporting the correct numbers. And somewhere I think there is no incentive, whatever, or encouragement to put the real situation on the ground. And in order to overcome that, work like what Smita and other people are doing is very important. We need to have surveys which actually call out and say that, yes, 30%, 20%. But there are areas in Jharkhand where I have done some field work. The dropout rates are extremely high. So thank you very much. I know you're running late. You need to go for your second session. Thank you, Professor Kundu. And thank you, Smita, very much.
Vimla ji, I thought that I'll make one or two points,
Yeah.
Minor issues about the data. We live in a period of information and we are flooded after 3 months, I look at my own paper, I realize that something else needs to be added. So as far as information on education, a National Sample Survey has conducted 2 of them, latest being for 17-18 after 2011 census. Even the literacy figures that I saw here, which is 7+, 7 years above, this could have been mentioned, but nonetheless, what is important is that we have the latest figure for 17-18 and 2 very critical points that emerges from your study, which I really appreciate, and that needs to be taken to the policy domain, barring this minor updating, which we keep on doing. But the essential argument about the dropout is a very serious issue. National Sample Survey data gives year-wise, at which year the tribal girl child is dropping out, at which year the tribal boy is dropping out, and others. So we do find from 17-18 that the dropout for the non-tribals begins at the age of 12-13, whereas for the tribal boys and girls, it starts at 9-10. That is one significant point. And the reason for dropout is also given there in the schedule. And I was surprised that language barrier was not mentioned as a major reason. It was the content. The education is not relevant. A large section of the children drop out. Of course, the affordability issue is also there, transport and access. But one of the major reasons is that large section reporting that education not relevant. So I have a feeling that the new education policy is talking loudly about changing the content, bringing in the local content, local history, local geography, local culture, local livelihood issues into the system, and vocational education also. But that, I think, is an important point, which really can be linked up with your basic argument of dropout. And Smita's point is about this migration. Again, the latest data do show that the family migration, Smita, has gone up significantly, because it is not that easy for the husband and wife to leave the children with the old parents and come in. There are family system changing in the rural areas. So percentage of women in the migration stream from rural to urban areas have gone up. Percentage of children have also gone up. So you have to think about providing education to the migrant children at the destination. So what could be done in that should be our major concern. Vimlaji, I thought that these are 1 or 2 issues which can be perhaps flagged.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. I have also seen the latest NSSO data and all that. But the paper was done quite a long time ago.
I was told so. So, basically, believe me, most of my papers which I've written before 2 years are outdated. So this is a criticism for myself, not about you, about general research. But thank you very much. I learned a lot from this presentation. A round of applause for this presentation. Thank you very much. May I now take up the second paper, which is Health, Sudarshan and Tanya Seshadri. You will present it. Okay. 10 to 12 minutes so that you have more time for discussion?
Yes.
Thanks.
First, let me just share apologies from Dr. Sudarshan. Unfortunately, we had a conflicting state level event in Karnataka, so he couldn't make it for today. If you've been in this audience since the morning, then I think everything I had to say has already been said by all the panelists in the morning as well. Also, Professor Vimla. Hearing everything we have heard, it's clearly, you don't even have to read the chapter, we know already. If now we are talking about the health of the people, the same people they were talking about starvation, they were talking about issues with livelihood, they were talking about food insecurity, issues of displacement, mining, all these issues, if you listen to, and then we say, okay, now what's the health of the people? I think the data and everything, you can already sort of imagine it. So that's not what I'll get into. But I'd like to highlight some of the main points that we also found. And when I say we, let me just clarify, like Professor Vimla did, all this was an effort that we started and largely happened more than 5 years ago. And the country has changed. The world has also changed. And the local worlds of many of these peoples have also changed. One of the most important thing is the data. The kind of information we relied on when we started working on the chapter also, we recognized that statistics gave us very mixed pictures. And for most questions, statistics were not available. And so then when you have to look at data and then talk about it, you're limited by what data is able to give. Most of the classic sources like NFHS, DLHS, all the large household surveys are not really representative for tribal people. So they don't really talk about what's happening there. And disaggregable data. That means you get data, let's say at the district level, but then when you start trying to break it down and say, okay, now what's happening? Okay, this is what's happening with mothers in Delhi, but now what's happening with Adivasi mothers? You're not able to even talk about it. So there is the health department, all the routine, the HMIS system, the health information system, which captures data, doesn't actually allow, no program data allows disaggregation or even us to reflect on what is the situation, how are programs being implemented, what are the indicators. And often we have to rely on what NSSO, NFHS, Ministry of Tribal Affairs release once in a decade. And that's often reflective of the past decade. We're not even talking about data for the last 10 years. So then if you don't have data, how can we expect health systems, health services, and people to respond? The other problem with not having enough data is not recognizing that a problem exists. So often most district health systems, most states don't even recognize the problem that exists unless, and this we found also, until the media or something really bad goes wrong. Starvation deaths occurring in some tribal pocket, or we were talking about school hostels, sexual harassment being reported in a girls' hostel. And suddenly then that's when people wake up. So data is a huge issue. There are, of course, civil societies in many of these pockets which have been collecting and do have some glimpse, let's say, available of what's happening in that region. And so we have to rely on, or we have to take into account a lot of these reports. But again, these reports are often not available to everyone, unless you know the people, unless you network or interact. They're often hard copies, not available online. So data is a huge issue. And leading to this, therefore, is that there is no monitoring. There is no monitoring happening with an Adivasi focus. There is no surveillance happening. Many of the outbreaks of seasonal viral fevers that happen, or even malaria outbreaks, many of the time only the national program related malaria, TB, HIV, these are the things that we talk about. But any other illness, if there is an outbreak, the local services also are not able to respond to it. And then there are certain health conditions like adolescent health, we talk about mental health, some of the neglected diseases like hemoglobinopathies, where data is just not available. And therefore your local health services are not able to prepare themselves for it. Doctors don't know what to do for a snake bite, even though the primary health center is within a forest area. And we know already the biodiversity of that space. So this data and the lack of data, lack of monitoring, lack of thereby surveillance, there is no comprehensive or annual review of what are the tribal health outcomes in our district or in our state or in our taluk. So there isn't, again, this kind of surveillance. So data is a huge issue. And there, some of the things that we do focus on and we talk about is that different kinds of data needs to be available, that all the routine information systems have to take into account a method by which the data can be disaggregated. And then the data must be used by people at the different levels to respond, either in a quarterly, annually, depending on whatever is feasible. There are NGOs who have this focus in many of the regions, though, of course, they are also not around everywhere, but they can be included into these conversations. And there must be a process of reflection, review and response that could happen through either a task force or a committee, something that's created at different levels, could be at the state level or a district level or a block level, which reviews and responds what's happening.
So when they spoke about education, if you're looking at children, then this committee or task force could look at children's education, welfare, again, more comprehensively. That's the advantage of having data. The second important thing that I want to highlight is the lack of representation, involvement, participation, and conversation of the tribal people themselves in any conversation of health. Even though the National Health Mission has brought in community participation, decentralization as a big way, since it moves through the established panchayat system, which often, again, works better in areas where you have a better engaging panchayat, more politically active. Despite PESA being there, there are many areas where people don't find their voices. Again, and therefore, if you don't see a problem, if you don't know it exists and you don't have a voice there, then they aren't able to participate. This is again true at all levels. Planning a tribal health program, for example, sickle cell program, we've had it in Karnataka for some time. Planning a program to be implemented in a tribal area, but not having, let's say, leaders, representatives, NGOs who have participated in them, therefore will lead to a program which, like in education, Professor Vimla was talking about, where you will then struggle in how do we implement it? How do we do this? And then you will say the program didn't work because there was no road or electricity. So involving people at all levels. Most importantly, representation in health workforce. Just like in education, most of the health workforce working in tribal areas are not from the community. Then often they're not even from the neighborhood. So they bring in then their own biases, their own fears, and their own hesitation. And we noted a lot of issues of absenteeism, vacancy. Even though the post is filled, there is a vacancy, there is poor motivation to work there. And then when they do work, the issue of quality and dignity of service is where today we are having conversations in the rest of India, but this is very vital in this space. The other part of the conversation about representation, which again came out, I thought, very well in the education part, was that we, like in Chhattisgarh, for instance, we have Mitanins from the community, we have ANMs who come from the community, but we have Anganwadi workers and helpers from the community, but many of them are then treated as if they are not really health workers. They are honorarium based, they're called volunteers, they're not provided recognition. And then when we move towards doctors, there are huge vacancies when we go towards specialists, when we go to the district hospital. And then we say that, oh, the system is not working because here is all this money and all this position that is not being filled. But in this way, Chhattisgarh, we found, the approach to engaging with tribal health, right from the medical college down to the community, to the rural medical assistant course, that kind of a systemic approach where we look at what is needed today while building the capacity that will take care of many things in the coming 10 years. That kind of a systemic approach is what is required. And again, involving the people who are a part of it. And here we're still not talking about, for instance, traditional healers, health caregivers. Schools, if children are taken away to residential schools, the mothers, traditionally the women are the ones who are they take care of the child's health. Teachers are not taking care of the children's health. But for their education, when we remove them from this protective environment of health, clearly then we have to expect the kind of issues that are there. The next point is about the designing of the health system, the health services, the organization. And there, Vandana, I'll borrow one of the terms she often uses, the last mile and the first mile. Often health systems organizations, health service organizations are designed as a one size fits all. And then when you have you don't have enough infrastructure, you don't have enough resources, financial allocations, just like for education, don't match the kind of effort that is needed, then they move towards a camp approach. So in most tribal areas, you will find the camp approach, whether it's for immunization, whether it's for family planning services, you do a camp approach, and then we have seen disasters arising in some of these regions, huge reports that have come out, like the Bilaspur tragedy. So the camp approach, again, that doesn't work, because what it doesn't do is it doesn't build a relationship with the people. And we learned so much about the importance of language, trust, and this is the same thing that comes into health services as well. So what we see, and the expert committee on tribal health also proposed for it, was flexible health service organization, which takes into account more the local context.
Can round up?
Yes. trying to round up, that would be more an approach. The two more points, but I'll try to be brief. One is, of course, the changing disease patterns are clearly a reflection of the changing lives. When you talk about displacement being acute, the displacement also means that all the social networks and languages and support systems you had in your district are no longer available to you, but then you're not recognized as ST, or you're not, that system is not catered to you, even if this system is. But also changing forest policies, changing trends we have seen in malaria, shifting because of climate change. That's what everyone's talking about. Drought. We're not talking about adult malnutrition still, and its contribution, which is the biggest non-communicable disease, and therefore its contribution to hypertension or diabetes and things like that. The last point, of course, I want to make is about research and, for example, gender. In everything I do, in all our work, we bring in, I bring in at least the gender lens. However, in the entire chapter, after writing it, we looked and we said the word gender has hardly come in because there isn't any data, there isn't any study, there aren't approaches. We have reduced tribal women into reproductive health camps. So the gender focus, the focus of disability, we're not talking LGBTQI, we're not talking about mental health, the spiritual health and well-being, which is spoken about so much in Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Centers. Here are people who have it in forests, and then we're depriving it from them and then teaching them yoga and saying, get into it. So there are so many aspects which we still have no data on. There is no research. So there's a huge space for research, for BRLF kind of initiatives, which brings together different sectors, need for such platforms at the state level, at the regional level, if possible, which can play both roles. One is understand what's happening by bringing different people together. And then the second part is help different departments, different teams in responding to them. So with that, I would like to thank all of you. Thank you so much. Sorry, I just have to mention the high-level committee report led by Virginia Khaka and the expert committee on tribal health report that also came out in 2018. Both fantastic pieces of work that give you very granular aspects on health. So please also have a look at them. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, can I request Ms. Vandana Prasad?
Dr. Anjali.
Prasad.
Thank you so very much for inviting me here. It's a new group to me and I'm new to you, and it's a pleasure and a privilege to be here. It's also a privilege to be commenting on a chapter written by a very senior colleague, Dr. Sudarshan, and a slightly junior, but a more current colleague, and we are together in the health equity a network, and we've been working together on various issues. I'll make some broad points, and then it's a 73-page chapter, which I've tried to read in as much detail as I could. Possibly will not be fair to everything because it's impossible to, really tackle it in one reading, and one reading is all that I really had space for. So forgive me if I get something wrong or if I criticize you unfairly. First and foremost, I just want to say that it's a very comprehensive treatment of the issue of health. Can't ask for better. The coverage and the depth of the issue itself, most people think of health as being medical and medical services. And here we really have gone into great detail on the social determinants of health, on the cultural determinants of health, many aspects of health that are not covered in, in conventional research chapters and topics. I mean, for example, you mentioned gender having been treated inadequately from your point of view, but really quite well from my point of view when you bring in issues such as witchcraft and, things like that. So domestic violence, even though early marriages have been completely skipped in this, and also the role of gender in nutrition has been completely missed. So some missing bits there, but trafficking and witchcraft, having been brought in centrally is very important. Also bringing in issues of occupational health, very, very critical. So bringing in mining and the impact of mining on the health of tribals, I think a very important point, though I think, again, health at destination sites for migrants is kind of missed out. And that's quite important because if they're isolated in brick kilns and so on in, some far off state, then really the health services do suffer. But you brought in mining and, that's really very important to me. Many other such issues, which I'll try to get into the details if I have time. So it's really a it's an important kind of treatise, as somebody said about the education chapter, where we have the good luck to get everything in these 73 pages, everything that needs to be talked about with respect to tribal health. And really, frankly, these issues have not changed over decades. Anybody who's been working in this area, I have been working tribal health for about 10 years very specifically, and 5 years, particularly vulnerable tribal groups, very intensely with my groups. Nothing has changed. And I think solutions are, they're absolutely political. I mean, the issue why nothing is changed or nothing is changing fast enough is absolutely political. No other reason, because we have been saying these similar things using different data sets for some time. So it is a treatise. The issues have been brought together. I think the value of the whole chapter is that it's bringing together many, many issues which are not traditionally taken in the health systems analysis together. And they are very important from the tribal health point of view, or really from everybody's health point of view, really. So that's the value. Now, some critique in terms of the study itself, I'm really going to limit myself to the chapter. And that's to do with the methodology and the methods used. I mean, it is dated. There's just no getting away from the fact that the data used, if you use NFHS 3 data, which is 2005 and 6 on health and nutrition, it's really like, it really doesn't mean much. I'm not trying to take away from the fact that the issues don't change. And your very, very mature and comprehensive treatment of the issues don't change. But the data, if you're using secondary data as your primary source of data, which is the fact in this chapter, the primary source of data remains secondary, and that the data used is very dated. In the secondary source of data, I have to point out that there are some blind spots, which to my mind, are really quite ununderstandable, Tanya, because they reflect, as you've been saying in the chapter again and again, you have correctly belabored the dearth of data, formal data. And yet these are pieces of work that have led to very formal data, published in the Lancet twice, in the Lancet Global Health twice, in PLOS, in BMJ Global Health, across the same study period. So, there's strong chunks of data from, I can name 3 organizations in 3 states. I think Ekjut's work in Jharkhand, primarily health-related work, child health-related, but primarily formal health-related work published. They've done trials, which have been published. The trials were in 2000, I have the dates, 2010, 2013, 2016, 2017, 2019, published in these, mainstream journals. And they have the terminologies of tribal and health in their, in their description. So if you do a search, really it's difficult to miss them. I think on health systems, SHSRC's work and PHRN's work in Chhattisgarh, focusing on healthcare financing, RSBY, how health insurance works on health systems in SHSRC's own website. These are qualitative, not published, but there are death reports, which go back to 2000, I think, community reported deaths 2017 to 20. Maybe you didn't have access to those, but there are also VHSNC assessments, community-based monitoring reports. So much more qualitative work is available, and published data from PHRN. I think PHRN in Odisha, Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh on child health and child nutrition, that work, much of it is published in mainstream journals, the International Journal of Child Health and Nutrition, Indian Pediatrics, and so on. And somehow the search engine has, kind of missed these big chunks. That also leads to missing certain very important issues for action, for mobilization, for representation and participation. So, for example, Ekjut has used the participatory learning and action methodology. And that is important from all these points of view: governance, representation, taking action, suggesting appropriate solutions. Participatory learning and action in health has been a kind of fairly new, and we have also adapted that in reproductive health. We work with Pradhan over most tribal areas and states, and there are reports available, gray reports are available. So the quantitative work is also somewhat missing, and the qualitative work, which is beautifully described from the experience of the authors themselves, which is a rich experience. Like Dr. Sudarshan has been working for ages, and so have you, Tanya. But there is no, I think that if you are rigorous, you need to be reflexive, and you need to say then that is the qualitative aspects of the chapter majorly come from your own experience, describe your experience as authors. Because other qualitative work has really not come in as such. You've some newspaper reports, but NGO, you've said time and time again that NGOs are the main source of work in tribal areas, but then the qualitative and the quantitative work from some of the major NGOs working in health in central India. I'm not even mentioning Maharashtra and South India. Of course, you already know the South Indian NGOs. But so some of these things that I think could have been taken up and they are leading to a certain blind spot in an otherwise very, very complete, very important chapter. So, I mean, now I can just raise a few if I have. Yes, I do have some time. So I can just raise a few details that I came across the issue of roads for tribal health in tribal areas is critically important. The chapter does really, bring that out quite sharply. But there are some issues there which don't come up, which is that the road building is also discouraged, or roads are repeatedly destroyed by Nakshal groups. In our experience, that is one of the things that happen. And so access to health services and so on becomes quite difficult. I think geographical access in many components, roads is only one of them. For example, if the village is across a stream that swells up during the monsoons, and then critically access is, not negotiable. So I think that sheer distance being across a river or a stream, deep jungle, and the threat of wild animals. You do bring up wild animals in terms of accidents, but the human animal interaction, I mean, like we have case studies, actually these are from Assam, but for people not being able to venture out at night because the risk from wild hathi is more than the risk of, they think that the risk of dying in labor. So I think that there are some of those, these are nuanced things. Now I'm just picking at crumbs, really. So yeah, I think in terms of even reproductive health, I mean, I mentioned Ekjut's work and PLA and all that as methods of working, which have been very critical, and they've also led to data. They've also led to impact outcomes. But I think that, like I said, early marriages and early pregnancies don't figure. And in our data sets, they come up as important determinants for maternal and child health both. And I think the issue of maternal death audits is missed. No, I mean, this is something that the country said is to happen. In NRHM, maternal deaths were supposed to happen, and they never happened. So some of the issues are cross-cutting across the country for all marginalized and vulnerable groups, but they become even more important in tribal health context. So I think that picking up on the key things that we were able to bring into some of the policy frameworks like NRHM, but have not worked, I think that's also useful. You mentioned the importance of human resource, and I think it's critical in tribal areas. The human resource has to be local, has to be accessed locally, and yet there's the context of the lack of educational services. So how do you do that? You have to do it specifically. Like Rajasthan has now got is supposed to have medical colleges in all districts, tribal districts to start with. So you have to really pick out people, train them specifically. Here, just 2 points that. You spoke of the importance of Asha, Anganwadi worker, Mitanin, but you don't speak of the conditions of work. This is not, I mean, I think that we must use every opportunity to say they have to be properly remunerated, adequately remunerated, while lose the opportunity for these very, very political issues. And doctors are not mentioned. We go up to staff nurses and ANMs, but we don't say, we have seen that if there's a doctor position, a tribal doctor positioned in an NRC or a public health center, a primary health center, it makes all the difference for tribal communities to access that. And you know that because you're actually, I mean, Dr. Sudarshan is actually running services in tribal areas. So I can stop. I mean, I have a few other things that I can say, but lastly, I just want to say daycare is a cross-cutting issue, which impacts maternal health, sibling education, as well as early childhood care and development. I just want to show you 2 things that are resources. This is 2010. This is a course book for district health action planning that PHRN brought out in tribal areas. And this is very recent. It's an edited book that's just come out. Routledge actually rejected it. So I'm very envious. And I'm one of the editors of this. It's called Ill Health Among Tribal Communities in India. So in your next edition, you could possibly refer to this as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Prasad, for your exhaustive comments. And I'm sure the authors will find them very useful. Can we now have questions from the floor? Comments, suggestions? Please.
Just in front of the camera.
Yeah, I am Alok Juneja. I have one question. Have you covered something about traditional healers and ethno-medical practices? Yeah, very brief question I have.
Yeah.
There was one hand I found. Yes.
Hi, my name is Nivedita and I work with Weltung Helfe, WHH. So that's the organization that brings out the Global Hunger Index annually. And my question is both to Dr. Vandana and to the authors. Do you think better data can change India's position on the GHI drastically? If not drastically, to what level? And have you made suggestions on what exactly is the data that is needed, to maybe improve India's position on various indices, global indices?
Any other? Yes, in the corner.
It's a health-related question. In my own fieldwork, I saw that there were many practitioners that we would perhaps call quacks, but who seem to play a pretty significant role in providing what we could think of as effective care at the hamlet level or the block level or the level of the market town. So I wondered if there is any work on this, or if you've done any work on this or thinking on this.
One more question. Just let's have. Go ahead. Yes, if you want to ask, please do it. Pick up.
Maybe one quick question. Do you think the solutions like fortified rice and biofortified food, which is really being promoted now at the national, international levels, do you think there are solutions? And if not, what is a better solution?
Before I pass on these very important questions from the discussant and the floor to Dr. Tanya Seshadri, I thought I'll just share 2 or 3 of issues that strike me after going through your paper. One is about the data. I think I mentioned about the earlier paper on education, and Dr. Prasad has mentioned about the NFHS 5 data is available for 4 or 5 months. But what is interesting is, what is interesting in this discussion is that you're taking different dimensions of health, nutrition, some discussion on economic activities, and you're presenting certain hypotheses that there can be interrelations among these 3 dimensions. I thought with some analysis of the data, you could have established the interdependencies. And I could clearly see from the cross-tabulation itself that how nutrition is linked with the changing pattern of the medicines, and also how the livelihood can also be linked with that. So that was something that is very much there in the paper, but some in-depth analysis of the data could have helped. And other question is about the gender. Since I have looked at the gender data, I find 2 startling conclusions which came up, and I was absolutely shocked with the high level of gender discrimination in this country. I found that for, let's say, 7, 8 data, health data, it was observed that the percentage of women who are hospitalized to the total women who report to be sick is higher than that of men, excluding the maternity related. So I was absolutely shocked. I thought that how could the percentage of women who are hospitalized to the total women who are reporting ailment, excluding the maternity related things, is higher than that of men. When I looked at the questionnaire, the way it has been canvassed, you find that the answers are given by the head of the household, and the women generally don't fall sick. They pretend, thodi bahana karti hai, unless they're really sick to be hospitalized, they don't fall sick. The way you get the denominator, that who are the people who are sick, as far as the men who are reporting, they can say, okay, I'm not feeling well. But the denominator, that how the women are actually to be taken to be sick, that response is very much biased.
Another study, which has just been published as a part of India discrimination report, shows that the percentage of women who get public hospital facilities in all the southern states, public hospitals, are higher than that of men. I was surprised. Again, I thought this was interesting finding that when I looked at the quality of treatment in the public and private hospitals, you clearly see it's the poor who are going to the public hospitals. So that gender bias is there, that the men, when they fall sick, they go to the private hospitals, and the higher percentage of women going to the public hospital is not necessarily a positive thing. So these are some of the interesting things which struck me, which emerges from your analysis. I thought I'll share with you. Please go ahead.
I think. Yeah, thank you so much. About traditional medicine and ethnomedical medicinal work, yes, we have tried to touch upon it. And again, I don't think we have done fair justice to it, because much of the work that is available, like in Gujarat, there is a lot of documentation that we were able to find. But in many other states, we just weren't able to find on through our different sources for it. But the role of traditional medicine and traditional healers, I think we have tried very much from our conversations with different people and NGOs to highlight and emphasize on that. So that's where the focus of the writing has been, not really trying to look at the prevalence or the quantum of that work. Regarding the hunger index, one of the points that we try to make through the paper is on about how health, you have to look at it through a social determinants of health, I would say of health equity lens, inequities. And therefore, the traditional measures that are used now to actually capture health of the people is quite bad, and that there is a need for a composite index, for much better indices for if to talk about, whether people's, what is the status of people's health or what is their access to services. To say 80% women had institutional deliveries means nothing in many of these areas, because we don't know whether the data is right, whether that delivery happened in an ambulance, whether when she delivered at the institution, there was actually a doctor or a nurse. It just means that geographically she was there. So there is definitely a need for more composite indices, but we haven't recommended any particular, but there has been work in the last 5 years, right? Talking more on different equity checklists and equity indices that programs could use and policymakers could use in reviewing and planning programs. But we haven't gone into that in specific. Would you like to add to that?
Thanks for the nutrition question. Actually, I didn't dwell on nutrition because there's a whole chapter written by Deepa Sinha on nutrition in the book. In fact, I felt that you could have actually, done away with the nutrition component because it really needed much more treatment. I see where you're coming from. I think we have been defending the Global Hunger Index, in fact, quite publicly. I think that what the data says is quite correct and is adequate to take it seriously. And of course, more granular data, with intersectionalities and equity as a lens needs to be gathered, and much more frequent data is required. That's not to say that there's anything inadequate about the current data sets that prevents us from taking action. So that's there. On the other fronts, I think you should have attended the food systems dialogue, but we are going for culturally appropriate solutions, and we've shown them to have positive outcomes on nutrition. So we don't think that technological interventions are the right way to go. Dietary diversity has to be achieved from using local sources that enhance agriculture, enhance incomes and livelihoods, and are also nutritionally far better than adding chemicals to food. So that's our take.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's about it, but I'd like to also respond. Thank you, Dr. Vandana, for that very thorough and detailed critique as well. Yes, the dated, I think the one part that I would like to talk about is about the dated data. So this effort started in 2014, 2015, actually. And when NFHS4 data came out, and we were, all the data that we had was being supplied from the departments through Ministry of Tribal Affairs. But NFHS4 disaggregated data for which talks about STs was not available till as late as 2018, 2019, I think when the last edits of the chapter was there. So NFHS 4 data is available, and health departments have all the data, at the granular level to block, to these villages and all that. But when you start asking the question on what is the data for STs or for certain blocks only or for certain regions, they didn't have the data in one place. And eventually through the edits and everything, certain tables we did try very hard, and we did try to update certain parts, but the only disaggregable data in 2019 we're talking about was available only for NFHS 3. So that again shows the importance of, if the department doesn't have data, then clearly then the department also will not be acting on it. But well taken your thing on having excluded some of the very important work that EGJUD, SHSR, CPHR and all have done. And I think version 2.0, that's the hope that has been given. 3.0 bhi dikha diya hai. So definitely version 2.0 pe, what we will try to do now, because the chapter is out, but try and make sure that all these sources that we have identified remain, and we will share that back with BRLF as well, so that whichever is the team that takes on the next edition of the health report can take this forward. Thank you so much.
At BRLF also, we had tried to help the authors by getting the data, but we found that the disaggregated data separately for Adivasis at that time was not available. NFHS 4.
The nutrition chapter is using NFHS 4 and they're using NFHS 3. So that
I think that came in a little later.
Yeah, they were able to sneak it in somehow. So.
Well, I must tell you, you will have much less difficulty with NFHS 5. I have used caste-wise data, SC, ST, and Muslims also. From in the last 2-3 months, the data is available, but I know there were some difficulties with NFHS 4 data at the disaggregated level. Nonetheless, research, as you said, is a continuous process.
Sure.
We will update that. Thank you very much. So from the straightforward presentation of health and education sectors, now we come to intersectoral issue, urbanization, serfs, migrants, and how the underclasses are being sucked into the system and what's happening to them. We have, who will present it? We have a very eminent authors. I will look at Director Ambas, Dr. Hari. So you take responsibility. But please, you have anything to supplement? You have time. You will have time to supplement.
This chapter is on migration, and actually इसमें काफी फील्ड वर्क करके हम तीनों ने अलग अलग तरीके से उस इशू को निकालने की कोशिश की है. पलायन क्यों होता है, उसके पीछे क्या कारण है, स्पेशली इन ट्राइबल एरियाज, व्हाई डज माइग्रेशन टेक प्लेस. If I were to summarize the paper, and my colleagues may correct me if I am wrong, I think basically इसमें एक मुद्दा जो उठ के बहुत क्लियरली आता है, आजकल जो चल रहा है, एक चीज निकल के आई है एस्पिरेशनल. तो एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स तो हैं, लेकिन एस्पिरेशनल हर चीज में हम अगर एस्पिरेशन देखने लगे तो शायद वो बहुत अच्छी तरीके से उस सिचुएशन को समराइज नहीं करता है. हम अगर ये कहें कि सारा आदिवासी माइग्रेशन इज बिकॉज इट इज एस्पिरेशनल नेचर, इट इज नॉट अ करेक्ट डिपिक्शन ऑफ migration in the tribal context as we know it, as people who are working, who are with tribals, who are working amongst tribals. तो ये एक सरप्राइजिंग चीज है कि बहुत सारे लोग इस चीज को, इस तरह की एक ऑर्थोडॉक्सी को प्रमोट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. That growth is happening in certain growth poles in the country, and the rest of the countryside, rural area से लेबर आएगा और इसको, मतलब एक पुराना जो लुइस मॉडल जिसको कहते हैं, वो माइग्रेट करके इस पूरे लेबर को प्रोवाइड करेगा इन ग्रोथ सेंटर्स, एंड स्लोली जो है वो मतलब एक डेवलपमेंट का पैराडाइम धीरे धीरे सेटल होगा. वी फाइंड दैट इन ट्राइबल एरियाज दिस काइंड ऑफ वेरी सिंपलिस्टिक एनालिसिस ब्रेक्स डाउन, और उसका और ये एस्पिरेशनल नहीं है, ये डिस्ट्रेस रिलेटेड है. और इसी चीज को लेकर के हम लोगों ने काफी जो अपने फील्ड सर्वे में पाया. यू सी, for instance, Smita was mentioning Odisha. In the Kalahandi, Bolangir, Koraput region, KBK जिसको कहते हैं, traditionally there has been a tradition of migration to Brick-Kilns of Andhra Pradesh, और वो इतना ज़्यादा मतलब उसमें एक पूरा चेन है जो वहां गांव से लेबर कॉन्ट्रैक्टर किसी को लेबर को पकड़ेगा और एक सुपरवाइजर और वगैरह वगैरह, एंड वो हैदराबाद तक ब्रिक किल्न्स में काम करने के लिए आते हैं. चिल्ड्रन ऑल्सो वर्क ऑन द साइट्स एंड दे वर्क बिकॉज दे आर प्रेफर्ड, बिकॉज जबकि वो ईंटें स्टैकअप होती हैं तो बच्चे अगर उनके ऊपर चलते हैं तो ईंटें टूटेंगी नहीं और उनका शेप डिस्टॉर्ट नहीं होगा. सो दिस इज द एक्सटेंट टू विच वी आर टॉकिंग नाउ. Under what circumstances can we call this kind of migration aspirational? पहली बात. और दूसरी चीज ये हो रही है कि ट्राइबल लैंड एलिनेशन काफी जबरदस्त तरीके से चल रहा है. ये काफी स्टडीज पॉइंट आउट कर रही हैं. इस हमने पेपर में साइट भी किया है. The incidence of landlessness amongst tribals is increasing. There is मतलब अलग अलग तरीके से, जैसे सेंटर फॉर इक्विटी स्टडीज का एक स्टडी हमने साइट किया है जिसमें जो सहरिया एरिया है, there we find that there are different ways in which outsiders take control of tribal land by, there are different methods. You are not supposed to, a non-tribal can't get tribal land without a very prolonged process of permissions. But, the outsiders will come, marry a tribal woman. मतलब वो second marriage भी हो सकता है और उसके बाद आपको पता चलेगा कि वो किसी कारण से that lady has disappeared. मतलब she has died. Whether it is out of natural causes or unnatural causes, we don't know. A lot of cases are reported of the other type, and slowly land control passes on to the non-tribals. दूसरा डेवलपमेंट इंड्यूस, जिसको हम डेवलपमेंट कहते हैं, जिसकी आज सुबह भी काफी बात हुई, उस तरह की डिस्प्लेसमेंट भी हो रहे हैं. तो एक सेंट्रल हाइपोथेसिस इस पेपर में ये रहा है कि अगर हमको इस चीज को रिवर्स करना है तो क्या करना चाहिए. तो अगर हमको ये मान के चलना पड़ेगा कि 60 to 70% ऑफ आदिवासी इन सेंट्रल इंडिया, दे आर फार्मर्स हु ओन लैंड बट आर स्टिल माइग्रेटिंग. ये एक बहुत ही एक चौंका देने वाला स्टेटिस्टिक है कि दे हैव लैंड बट दे स्टिल फोर्स्ड टू माइग्रेट बिकॉज देयर लैंड इज नॉट गुड इनफ टू यील्ड व्हाट इज 2 crops, 3 crops or 4 crops. इसको रोकने के लिए क्या तरीके हो सकते हैं. तो एक सर्वे कुछ साल पहले सहरिया पॉपुलेशन के बीच में मध्य प्रदेश में किया गया था, जिसमें हमने पाया कि अलग अलग अगर हम सोर्सेज ऑफ इनकम देखें ट्राइबल फैमिलीज का, सहरिया पॉपुलेशन का, तो माइग्रेशन एंड लोकल लेबर टेंड टू बी a higher share of their total earnings when they have smaller units of land or they have unirrigated land, which is a fairly obvious thing to most of us. लेकिन उसको एक तरीके से ये डेटा के बेसिस पे कहने में एक अच्छी चीज ये है कि ज्यादा लोग ये नहीं कह सकते कि आप इम्प्रेशनिस्टिक अकाउंट है, आपका अपना ये फिलॉसफी है जो आप लोगों के ऊपर इम्पोज कर रहे हैं. तो कॉन्वर्सली अगर हम एनआरईजीएस जैसे प्रोग्राम को अगर सही तरीके से इस्तेमाल करें, जैसे कि बीआरएलएफ के काम में काफी हद तक हम लोग कोशिश कर रहे हैं ये करने की, पानी के ऊपर अगर हम काम करें, जमीन को और बेहतर बनाने की काम करें, तो द सेम एरिया कैन बी कन्वर्टेड इनटू अ डबल और ट्रिपल क्रॉपिंग एरिया, एंड दैट हैज बीन सीन थ्रू मेनी of our work, many of the works of NGOs who have been doing this, and this is a constitutional guarantee. So if you do certain, on the survey data, if you try to run some kind of simulation exercises, you will find that the extent of migration significantly drops. The share of migration in the total income of households significantly drops once their agricultural situation and livelihood situation at home improves. So therefore, to call it anything else other than distress, so that doesn't mean कि migration नहीं होता, लेकिन माइग्रेशन जब होता है तो फिर वो अपने टर्म्स पे होता है, फिर वो उनके टर्म्स ऑफ ट्रेड जिसको कहते हैं लेबर मार्केट में, वो बेटर होते हैं. दे आर एबल टू कमांड अ बेटर वेज, they are able to insist on proper conditions and so on, and they do it only when strictly necessary. तो कुल मिला के ये हमारे पेपर का hypothesis है. We are also happy कि Abdul Haq Sahab, he's Chhattisgarh, he's an IAS officer from Chhattisgarh who's currently MGNREGA commissioner of the state, and BRLF and Chhattisgarh government are together working on NREGS with this kind of idea in very remote tribal areas. So we would look forward to also hearing from him कि कैसे इस तरह के इस आर्गुमेंट के बारे में उनकी क्या सोच है और क्या वाकई में जो एक्सपीरियंस है, does it bear this out? So it will be interesting to hear. I will stop here. in case any of my colleagues would like to add anything. Come here, Rahul, because this is being recorded. Okay. We need the mic.
Okay. I think what Pramtesh was trying to zero in on was this whole idea that there have been in recent times a lot of studies on migration. There is that we are glorifying migration, thinking that destination is where opportunities lie and the rural is kind of disintegrating and famished away. And I think this is where, and in fact, if you see the reverse migration scenarios, ghastly scenarios after COVID, it really bore out that these people have nothing in the urban areas. That is why we are calling them urban underclasses who are just dropped out of overnight by this urban glitter, which kind of which loses its shine, in fact, if these guys don't work here. And I think that is where Pramtesh very correctly pointed that we want to re-emphasize the fact that aspirations is not something which is really you can really put on the tribal mobility patterns. Tribal mobility patterns are largely forced migrations, and they are, and to the extent, that the one very interesting thing which Pramtesh cited, the Odisha forced migration is a very interesting case in point. The huge, such is the force of the capital, which comes from Hyderabad and Andhra, the newly constructed urban areas, that the whole, it's unofficial record, one or two activists kind of cited, but it is very glaring that the amount of money invested in bringing these tribals into these Hyderabad, Andhra Pradesh areas, stacked away like animals in those trains, is equal to almost the Narega outlays of Odisha state. This is something. So you can imagine how big is this whole racket of the money of the labor pool which is being sucked in. So I think we really look forward to this. The idea was that Narega should be made more. It should get rooted in more consolidation of assets, and which is where I think we kind of point to. There's no running away from that fact. Urban aspirational mobility and migration is something which is, which is really a dream which tribals don't have. Yeah, thank you.
इसी सिलसिले में एक और चीज मैं ये भी कहूंगा कि 10-12 साल पहले वर्ल्ड बैंक की स्टडी थी जिसने एक्चुअली एनआरईजीए को इसलिए क्रिटिसाइज किया था कि ये लोगों को रोक रहे हैं शहरों से जाने से पहले। तो उनका ये था कि अरे शहर में जा रहे हैं तो उनको अच्छे चांसेस मिल रहे हैं, आप रोक रहे हो, ये प्रोग्राम ही गलत है। Which actually, as historical facts show, especially after COVID-19, it was erroneous to think like this, because this is a program which has actually been a very, very major social safety net for the poor. So I think crux तो पेपर का यही है, बाकी उसमें काफी सारी चीजें हैं जो कि और हम बात कर सकते हैं, but this is what we would like to say.
Now, since the commentator has also paid the observation, no, he's the discuss it. Okay. Abdul, so you have 10 minutes, please.
Distinguished panelists, dear friends, thank you for giving me this opportunity to present before you, to comment on this subject. चूँकि मैं प्रशासन से बिलोंग करता हूँ, तो समटाइम्स इस प्रकार की जो है गैदरिंग है या इस प्रकार की जहाँ पर रिपोर्ट पब्लिश होती है वो बड़ी खतरनाक होती है। लोगों को ये लगने लगता है कि देखो भाई यही व्यक्ति है जिसने मतलब पूरे प्रॉब्लम की जड़ यही है और इसी ने सब जो है चीज़ों को खड़ा करके रखा है। तो jokes apart, let me congratulate first of all, very beautiful report, very exhaustive. बिहार लेफ्ट ने इतनी एग्जॉस्टिव और इतनी अच्छी रिपोर्ट जो है हमारे सामने प्रस्तुत की है। कोई भी रिपोर्ट जो है वो तब तक कंप्लीट नहीं होती है जब तक उसको हम लोग जो है उसके इंटेंशन से, जिस इंटेंशन से वो लिखी जाती है या जिस इंटेंशन से वो पब्लिश की जाती है उसको जब तक हम लोग खींच करके जो है फील्ड में ना लेकर के चले जाए। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये एक आईना दिखाती है हम लोगों को, एक मिरर शो करती है कि ये स्थिति है, ये सिचुएशन है, अब आगे वे फॉरवर्ड। तो रिपोर्ट का जो है सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज जो है उसके पब्लिश होने के बाद जो है वो शुरू होता है। वो सबसे मेन मतलब जो हमारे लिए चैलेंज अब ये रहेगा कि ये रिपोर्ट तो हमारे सामने आ गई, अब इसको हम लोग वे फॉरवर्ड कैसा है, किस तरीके से हम लोग इसको देखते हैं, किस तरीके से हम लोग अब इसके ऊपर एग्जीक्यूट करेंगे। तो नो डाउट कुछ होप्स जो है प्रमितेश जी ने जो है अपने मतलब जो है संबोधन में बताई है कि किस तरीके से वो ट्राइबल एरिया के अंदर अगर डिस्ट्रेस माइग्रेशन है, सबसे अच्छी चीज ये है कि डिस्ट्रेस माइग्रेशन जो है उन्होंने उसको हाईलाइट किया है, कोई और माइग्रेशन नहीं, ऐसा माइग्रेशन जो लोगों को विवश करता है कि अगर वो अपने को यहाँ पर एम्प्लॉयमेंट नहीं मिल पा रहा है, वो अपनी लाइफ को मतलब सही तरीके से जी नहीं पा रहे, तो और उस मजबूरी से वो उठ करके कहीं जा रहे हैं। तो भले ही जो है जैसे कि प्रमितेश ने कहा कि शहरों में जाने से रोकना, मतलब जो है नरेगा के बारे में कहा गया था कि शहरों में जाने से रोकता है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि सोशल जो है लाइफ में हर व्यक्ति ये चीज पसंद करता है कि भले उसको 2 रुपए कम मिले, लेकिन वो अपनी मतलब परिवेश में अपने लोगों के बीच में वहीं पर मतलब जो है इनकम जो है जनरेट करे, या अपना मतलब जो है लाइवलीहुड को जो है जनरेट करे। तो होप जो है मुझे नजर आती है, सबसे बड़ी होप एमजी नरेगा, रोजगार गारंटी एक्ट और उसकी जो स्कीम है, नो डाउट इसने जो है काफी हद तक जो है ट्राइबल एरिया में, खास करके जो है सेंट्रल इंडिया के जो ट्राइबल एरिया है, आप अगर डेटा उठा करके देखेंगे तो किस तरीके से नरेगा ने पिछले मतलब अपना कुछ सालों में इम्पैक्ट डाला है ट्राइबल पॉपुलेशन के ऊपर, एग्रेरियन जो लेबरर्स के ऊपर, और किस तरीके से उनके माइग्रेशन को रोका है। मैं प्रशासन में कुछ समय जो है बीजापुर जिले के अंदर काम किया हूँ। प्योर ट्राइबल डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, 4 ब्लॉक्स है, बहुत ही छोटा सा जिला है, 2 से 3 लाख की उसकी जो है पॉपुलेशन है, और उसका जो लेबर बजट भी जो है हार्डली 10 लाख उस वक्त हुआ करता था, 10 लाख के आसपास में उसका लेबर बजट हुआ करता था। तो उस जैसे जो है डिस्ट्रिक्ट में जब नरेगा का पेमेंट आता था, लोगों के बीच में नरेगा का जब पैसा जाता था, तो पूरा सोशल लाइफ वहाँ की चेंज हो जाती थी। मार्केट जो है वो भरे भरे नजर आने लगते थे, लोगों के कपड़े नए नजर आने लगते थे, लोगों के चेहरे के ऊपर जो खुशी नजर आने लगती थी। तो नरेगा ने नो डाउट जो है एक काफी अच्छा इम्पैक्ट डाला है। और उसके बाद जो है खास करके कोविड में जिस तरीके से नरेगा ने जो है माइग्रेशन को जो एड्रेस किया है, तो वो उसका तो मैं खुद भी, चूंकि मैं उस पीरियड में जो है नरेगा को डील करता रहा छत्तीसगढ़ में, करीब 7 लाख जो है माइग्रेंट लेबरर्स जो है वो वापस छत्तीसगढ़ आए थे, जिसमें से हमने 2 लाख नए जॉब कार्ड बनाए थे। और अब उन 2 लाख नए जॉब कार्ड में से अभी भी जो है करीब करीब 1 लाख ऐसे जॉब कार्ड है जो वहां पर मतलब पैसा रिटेन कर रहे हैं, और वो लोग वहीं पर अभी भी मतलब अपना रोजगार जो है वो तलाश रहे। तो नो डाउट कोविड में भी नरेगा ने एक होप दिया था। एमजी नरेगा एक ऐसी स्कीम है जिसने काफी हद तक इसको एड्रेस किया है। लेकिन इसके आगे जा करके जो है अब जिस लेवल के पर प्रमितेश ने कहा है कि बीआरएलएफ के साथ में हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं, अब इसके बाद में जो है नरेगा को जो है लाइवलीहुड से कैसे जोड़ा जाएगा, ये एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है। और ये एक बहुत ही मतलब कैसे है कि आगे नरेगा की भी एक बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है कि किस तरीके से अगर इस एरिया के अंदर हमको अगर ट्राइबल पॉपुलेशन को माइग्रेशन से अगर रोकना है, तो हम लोगों को नरेगा के जो काम है वो लाइवलीहुड से कैसे हम लोग उसको कनेक्ट करेंगे। हमने थोड़ी बहुत छोटी मोटी कोशिश हम लोगों ने की है साथ में। अभी हम लोग केवल 26 ब्लॉक के अंदर जो है छत्तीसगढ़ में काम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन छत्तीसगढ़ के अंदर 62 ब्लॉक्स ऐसे हैं जो फुल्ली ट्राइबल ब्लॉक्स है, जहां पर मतलब हम लोगों को मतलब कैसे कर इस स्कीम को जो है और लेकर के जाने की जरूरत है। लाइवलीहुड से किस तरीके से ये स्कीम जो है लोगों की लाइफ को जो है बदलती है। पिछले 10 या 15 दिन पहले मैं बीआरएलएफ की टीम के साथ में बकावट के एक ब्लॉक के अंदर हम लोग जो है विजिट किए थे, और वहां पर एक किसान से हम लोग जब मिले तो उसकी वाइफ ये कहती है कि अब बाहर नहीं जाते, मेरे पति जो है अब बाहर नहीं जाते। तो हमने कुछ नहीं मतलब ना, एक इंटरवेंशन था उसकी फील्ड के अंदर जो है कुआं मतलब हम लोगों ने नरेगा से खोदा था, और उसने ही मतलब कैसे कर उसको एक लाइवलीहुड के एडिशनल अपॉर्चुनिटी, अगर नहीं कुछ तो भी नरेगा के अगर 100 दिन के अलावा अगर उसको 50 डेज का भी अगर मतलब एडिशनल अगर लेबर मतलब या उसको एम्प्लॉयमेंट वहां पर मिल जाता, तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि एक अच्छा मतलब हमारा इंटरवेंशन था। लेकिन चूंकि ये मतलब एक बहुत छोटी एग्जाम्पल है, छत्तीसगढ़ एक बड़ी स्टेट है, मोर देन 40 लाख फैमिली को हम लोग कैटर करते, और बीआरएलएफ भी एक बहुत बड़ा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि मतलब ये चीजें और बेटर या और आगे तक हम लोग को लेकर के जाने की जरूरत है। इसके अलावा जो है छत्तीसगढ़ गवर्नमेंट के कुछ अपने मतलब इनिशिएटिव्स है। छत्तीसगढ़ गवर्नमेंट रूरल इकोनॉमी को रिवाइव करने के लिए जो है अभी कोशिश कर रही है। रीपा एक प्रोग्राम जो है रूरल इंडस्ट्रियल पार्क के रूप में जो है हम लोग वहां पर डेवलप करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। हर ब्लॉक के अंदर 2 उस प्रकार के इंडस्ट्रियल पार्क को प्रमोट किया जा रहा है। इंटेंशन ये है कि लोकल जो पॉपुलेशन है या लोकल जो एंटरप्रेन्योर्स है वो मतलब जो है उस इंडस्ट्रियल पार्क में अपनी ही प्रोडक्ट को और आसपास के मतलब उनका जो 5-6 ग्राम पंचायत का जो एरिया है वहां पर मतलब जो उनको मार्केट है या वहां पर प्रोड्यूस होने वाली थिंग्स है जो उसको ही वहां पर तैयार किया जाए और उसको ही वहां पर सेल किया जाए, तो वो भी एक अच्छा एक इंटरवेंशन हो सकता है। इसके अलावा जो है एक बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट चीज जो है पानी जो है उस क्षेत्र का पानी जब तक मतलब वहां पर नहीं रुकेगा, तो नरवा का एक प्रोग्राम हम लोगों ने नरेगा के साथ में मिलकर के, नरेगा उसके अंदर जो है पूरी फंडिंग नरेगा की तरफ से, नरवा एक प्रोग्राम यह है कि जहां का पानी उसको वहीं पर रोका जाए, तो उसके ऊपर भी हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं। और कोशिश ये है कि वहां पर मतलब लाइवलीहुड की अपॉर्चुनिटी और रेवेन्यूज जो है लोगों को जो है किस तरीके से हम लोग जो दे सकते हैं और किस तरीके से हम लोग जो है उनको जो है माइग्रेशन से, डिस्ट्रेस माइग्रेशन से जो रोक सकते हैं। तो एक ब्यूटीफुल पेपर है और आप लोगों ने मतलब उस पर मुझे कमेंट करने के लिए कहा, मैं तो उसको आगे देखता हूं। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि हम लोगों को मतलब कैसे ना करे काम करने के लिए आपने एक डॉक्यूमेंट दिया है आगे जाने के लिए। एक पॉइंट जो है प्रमितेश जी ने कहा, नो डाउट जो लैंड एलिनेशन के जो केसेस है वो है बस्तर में, मैंने खुद मतलब ऑब्जर्व किया मतलब इन चीज़ों को काफ़ी हद तक एफआरए ने उसको कर्टेल करने की कोशिश किया है, कुछ हद तक कम करने की कोशिश किया है कि लोगों को मतलब जो है अपने मतलब जो राइट्स मिल जाए, जिस जगह के ऊपर है वहाँ पर राइट्स मिल जाए। लेकिन जो सेकंड पोर्शन उन्होंने हाईलाइट किया है कि जमीन तो लोगों के मतलब अपने नाम से है लेकिन कब्जा किसी और का है। हालांकि उसको लेकर के काफी सारे मतलब लेजिस्लेशंस है, स्टेटरी मतलब जो है एक्शन से भी मतलब वहां पर लिए जा सकते हैं, बट स्टिल मतलब वी आर फेसिंग दैट थिंग्स। तो ये सब चीजों के बीच में ये रिपोर्ट हमारे बीच में आ रही है। होप कि मतलब ये रिपोर्ट हम लोगों को सभी को मतलब सोचने के लिए और काम करने के लिए जो मजबूर करे। आप लोगों ने मुझे मौका दिया, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Complementing some of the findings that have come from the paper. There are some questions. Yeah, mic देना पड़ेगा जरा.
सर मैं उड़ीसा में काम करता हूँ, एक जिला बोलांगीर में, which is considered one of the hub of migration। अभी 3-4 साल से हम लोग ये देख रहे हैं कि जब सीजन आता है माइग्रेशन का, जिला प्रशासन और पुलिस ये सारे लोग रेलवे स्टेशन में, बस स्टैंड में रेड करके लोगों को जबरदस्ती वहां से उठा के लेके जंगल में छोड़ते हैं ताकि लोग माइग्रेशन में ना जा सके। सो इसमें इशू ये है कि देखिए, जब हम पढ़ा लिखा लोग माइग्रेट करते हैं तो हमको बोला जाता है कि चलो ये अच्छा तरक्की कर रहे हैं। जब गरीब लोग कहीं बाहर जाता है काम खोजने के लिए और लाइवलीहुड, हम लोग उनको यही सजा देते हैं। गांव में देयर इज नो एनी एम्प्लॉयमेंट अपॉर्चुनिटी। MGNRE इज प्रैक्टिकली फेल्ड इन मेनी डिस्ट्रिक्ट। 6-7 महीने से वेज नहीं मिलता, तो लोग क्या करें? यू डोंट हैव एनी अपॉर्चुनिटी इन द विलेजेस एंड देन यू आल्सो प्रिवेंट पीपल टू मूव। मे बी मेरा नाम राजेंद्र मेहर है। आई वर्क इन ओडिशा विथ BRL also, one of the partner.
Please pass on the
Kalam. A couple of observations. One is the use of the term footloose. It's a bit contradictory to what we find in migrations. Migration is a very highly organized kind of activity, and people know where they're going and they have contacts where they go. And therefore, sometimes you find that people 20 kilometers from a city don't go to that city. For instance, from rural Bihar, they may not go to Patna, but land up in Calcutta or even in Delhi. Therefore, using the term footloose is a bit odd there. That's my observation. And therefore, we call about this as a jump factor when you don't go to the nearby places, but go to far off places. So I think we need to be careful about use that. But even in nomadism, semi-nomadism, transhumans, people know where they're going. Therefore, I think that's a bit odd. A second point is about, it's not very surprising that people who have acres of land, for instance, you talked about, in spite of having land, they go and work in other places. It has been observed in many places, and in Karnataka, for instance, from the dry areas, people go to the coffee plantations, because the coffee plantations, you need 300% extra labor during the coffee picking season. And in Karnataka, the Lamanis, incidentally, Lamanis in Karnataka are not a scheduled tribe, they're a scheduled caste. They go from the dry areas, and some of them have about 10 to 12 acres of dry land, and only one crop is possible. Therefore, after they do the harvesting, they go and do and work in plantations or road laying or some other kinds of activities. Therefore, that's not something surprising. It happens in most other places. So these two small observations which I have.
Thank you. So can I respond to that? Oh, yeah, please.
Yes.
I would like to make one comment. I am Father Raji from Jagdalpur, where the commissioner was mentioning about the Bakan block. We are working in there, Bastar Seva Mandal. And I would say it is not only the migration, the development of area also is increased in such a way because of our Manrega program and also the intervention of the BRLF. Okay, we are working there for the last 46 years. And we see that especially during the Corona season, they were not that much, they did not go for any much poverty and so on. Because already there was the Manrega work was going on very well. And the intervention of the government or the local bodies were working in such a way. So we cannot just say that it is just to stop the migration. But it is more than that, the development of the area is growing faster and faster.
Yeah. Kalam Sahab. Sir, you are absolutely correct. That I mean, the word footloose was actually used in a metaphorical way. By foot, we mean, the rootedness of the tribal there. Yes, you are very right that these migrations are very structured movements. They are very fixed kind of destinations, etc. But the word, in a sense, pastoral nomadism or nomadic mobility is also is not footloose because it's part of their way of life. So the word footloose was not used to depict the reality of the thing, but was a little bit of a metaphorical spin on the word. I mean, it's just that. I mean, so well, I mean, it's a thing. You see, I mean, we could go on to this. See, it's very interesting that one of the very interesting pioneers of migration studies, Jan Bremen, I mean, he does use this word footloose in a very, I mean, in the same way. I mean, we use footloose, we also use a word called industrial serfs, and we also use the word called neo-bondage. The reason, sir, why we are bringing in these so-called pre-capitalist ways of subjugation and servitude, the reason why you're doing it, because we want to bring into some kind of a sharp focus that these people are being used to fan into the glittering urban areas, but they're being divested of anything. So I mean, I take your point. I mean, it could be either way, but I'm just clarifying why we used it.
वो राजेंद्र जी का जो सवाल था कि वो क्या करें वहां पे इतना डिस्ट्रेस है, तो पेपर ये नहीं कह रहे हैं कि उनकी गलती है कि वो इस तरह से माइग्रेट कर रहे हैं. एक्चुअली इट्स अ सिस्टमिक फेलियर. वो उनको जाना पड़ रहा है. दैट इज व्हाट द होल पॉइंट इज. वो नहीं जाएंगे अगर वहां की सिचुएशन इंप्रूव हो सके. एमजी नरेगा ठीक तरह से काम नहीं कर रहा है, ये अच्छी बात नहीं है. मतलब करना चाहिए उसको. अगर वो करे तो शायद ये माइग्रेशन का एक्सटेंट कम हो सकता है. अगर उनको वहां पे सस्टेनेबल लाइवलीहुड्स मिल सकते हैं तो शायद वो नहीं जाएं बाहर. क्योंकि कौन रहना चाहेगा एक ऐसी कंडीशन में जहाँ पे मतलब आपको जो गड्ढों में भरा हुआ पानी है वो पीना पड़ता है. वी ऑल नो व्हाट हैपेंस ऑन दोज brick-in sites. So that's what I mean we were trying to argue.
Namaskar. Their migration is a subject which is close to my heart and also my professional interest. ये जो पलायन शब्द है, ये काफी नेगेटिविटी से भरा हुआ है. और I don't think it's a real translation of migration. Similarly, footloose शब्द में भी नेगेटिविटी ज्यादा है. The migration in this paper, you made a very clear distinction कि displacement से भी migration होता है. UN reports में भी एक refugee है because of political reasons, developmental reasons, people are being displaced. And the second is migration, and there also you're making this point. Is it a push factor migration or a pull factor migration? Is it because of the distress condition in the places of origin or because of the attraction? Generally, both the things work together. If your situation in the places of origin, Bolangi, Karaput,
if the hungry belt of Orissa, if things are very bad, obviously, if you say that people should not migrate, and there are different ways by which you can do that. As I said, you have taken a forest, jungle, which chhod diya. Yeah, during COVID time, I have seen 14 states have passed either ordinances or in the process of passing some laws that local reservation hoga. Bahar ke logon ko tabhi liya jayega and lower level pe nahi rakha jayega. So this is also coming up. Point is, whether tribal migration is a positive thing or necessarily a negative thing. I can tell you, the percentage of migrants in Chhattisgarh, something around 32-33%. In the urban areas, rural to urban migration is so low. In the urban areas, it is 16%. 16% of the urban population in Chhattisgarh are tribals. In, in Raipur and also in Ranchi, you find percentage of tribal population is 3 or 4%. Which really means that cities are exclusionary. Yeah. अगर गांव से ट्राइबल्स माइग्रेट करके शहर में आ रहे हैं, छत्तीसगढ़ में, झारखंड में, या बड़े-बड़े शहरों में आ रहे हैं, we have seen that the per capita expenditure goes up. Tribal population in Ranchi and Raipur are much better off, right? The positive point is that if your migration is exclusionary, then something is going wrong with the developmental process. I can tell you, Madhya Pradesh, for example, was an in-migrating state. Strangely, jitne backward states in India ke 60s, 70s, 80s, Odisha is an out-migrating state. Rajasthan is an out-migrating state. Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, out-migrating state. But Madhya Pradesh was an in-migrating state in the 70s, 80s. Why? Because the tribal population, the local population did not have the capacity to even go out and seek jobs elsewhere. But Madhya Pradesh now has developed the capacity, and there is some amount of tribal migration. And you look at their characteristics, they are not that worse off. But as far as Chhattisgarh is concerned, it is still in-migrating. The tribal population do not have that capacity to go. I'm not necessarily saying that all migration is good. We should try our best to see to it that we provide employment, health and education so that people can stay back. But हमारे राजन भाई से मैं agree करते हुए कहता हूँ कि Kaletsky, the Polish economist, said there are two tragedies for the migrants. One tragedy is of exploitation. वो migrate कर जाते हैं, वहां पर जहां जाते हैं वहां पर ठीक से ट्रीटमेंट नहीं मिलता, कोविड होता है तो सामान सर पे निकल के 200, 300, 400 किलो. This is exploitation. Kaletsky says the second tragedy is non-exploitation, not allowing them to migrate and force them to live in that situation, which is sometimes very, very miserable. Yeah. So one has to really find out the proper policy perspective to see that we intervene in a meaningful manner.
That's right. I think the point we are trying to make is there is an attempt to paint everything in one brush. And there is also a very slightly problematic policy advocacy going on, which is, like I said, that study which said MGNREGA रोक रहा है लोगों को जाने से, वो रोक रहे हैं तो वो भी तो अपना चॉइस एक्सरसाइज कर रहे हैं ना सर, रुकने का. तो हम उनको वो चॉइस क्यों डिनाई करें? So that is all that we are trying to argue. You are right. I mean, there are many different types of migration. We should have a nuanced view. But actually, that's what we were trying to point out.
I think, Thomas, you have rightly pointed out that is the choice of the person which is important.
That's right.
It is not the in-migrating state. For example, Haryana ने कह दिया है कि class 4 or 5 jobs के लिए local reservation is compulsory. If that is certainly not giving the choice to the migrants. Similarly, somebody saying that no, you are not allowed to go out from the states, you have to take a permission, or this department has to clear. That's also, you provide the employment and give these situations, improve the situation, and they decide to stay back. That's perfectly all right.
That's right.
Thank you.
That is the sum total. Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Any other question or comments? That's a very, very complex and very, very, important subject.
I think there is one question.
have
One last question. नहीं, but it's being
Thanks.
streamed.
I think it's a very important issue. Migration, I think, especially in the last 2-3 decades, become all the more critical.
I was just wanted to ask the authors, when we look at migration, one can be very descriptive study what's happening in things. But what is the type of conceptual analytical frame we are using to understand the present phase of migration? Because when I became an activist researcher in the 80s, we used to use this concept called uneven development of capital to understand. In fact, Pramadesh in the beginning brought this issue that there are centers of growth and that absorbs labor from outside and things. So we used to look at, from a left perspective, that it is uneven development of capital. Nowadays, I think the whole thing is being debated, discussed even globally, saying that it is an accumulation of capital by dispossession. The entire capitalist boundaries are being pushed to the tribal areas where infrastructure and other type of things are being, where people are being pushed out to a great extent. I think so. Maybe this discussion can add value if we can also see what's the type of frame we are using to understand these trends. Because I also see that there are long-term migrations which are taking place all over the country across. So probably, maybe you could throw some light. Yeah.
Yeah, and this can go on, but I think what we touched on this, and we perhaps come from a position that we take, and perhaps that's how that stance has gone into the paper, which is that the present phase of what we call economic development, unleashed in last 41 years due to the economic policy that we followed, has resulted into two kinds of situations. One is that for this kind of what is called within quotation mark growth, there has to be an extraction of resources. And two, that is centralized. So in polity, there is decentralization. PESA FRA 73rd, 74th Amendment is decentralization, but the extractive mechanism of the economy is centralized, and far more today than what it was 50 years back. What that has done is, and though it is decentralized, the reflection of that is not seen in the manufacturing sector. Manufacturing sector growth, it is stagnant completely over last so many decades. What has grown is the services sector. Usually it grows on the back of a manufacturing sector in other countries. Here that has not happened because the services sector is mainly, the growth is in what is called the financial sector, which has resulted into joblessness. And second, I think complementary factor to that is the crisis in agriculture. The average holding is 1.13 hectares today for 80-85% of the farming communities. And given the price mechanism that we have, the agriculture is not going to give that kind of support to people who are into it. These two things. So there is no investment. Investment is centered somewhere else. That investment is not resulting into growth in credible growth in manufacturing sector. MSMEs today are almost on their last legs. We know this. No, so what is growing? So what is growing is the peri-urban centers on the periphery of the cities where new constructions are coming up, massive infrastructure being laid out, for all of which needs labor. And the labor is obviously going to be coming from the areas where there is labor surplus, but no investment or no opportunities of employment. Now, the question is this, this is what it is, but the question is, this is all well known. This is not rocket science to figure this out. The larger question is that if this is well known, is there a will to decisively, structurally change the economic policy, which has been followed over the last 41 years, if you take 1991 as the watershed year? If that is not going to change, this pattern is not going to change. And that is the argument. That's why we are using terms such as industrial serf or neo-bondage.
Yep. Any other point? No. I think we can conclude.
Friends, you would agree that's been a very, very exciting session. Well, perhaps livelihood issues will continue even after lunch for one more paper. Thank you very much for your patience. And I hope everybody anchor.
Thank you, Professor Kundu, for leading the session. It would be great if you could join us for lunch. The lunch is for an hour and we'll come back again to the same place for the land paper. Thank you.
Let's make it 45.
Okay, can we do it 45 minutes? 2:30? Thank you.
We have 3 papers to cover.
हे प्रेस करायचं
Afternoon. I hope everybody's had a good lunch. We would now like to call on stage Professor Kundu and Professor Asmita Kabra to discuss the planned paper. And the planned paper would be presented, the author will be available online, and the author's name is Pradeep Prabhu.
Just one paper from you, right?
I am just the discussant. Merely that.
So we can start. Pradeep, are you there, Pradeep? Yeah, we can see you now. Maybe the camera needs to be adjusted a little more. So, Pradeep, would you like to start with a few observations on your paper, or can you hear me? Hello, Pradeep. I don't think he can hear. He's on mute. Pradeep, can you unmute? I don't think he can hear. Huh? Chalo. So maybe Asmita, what you could do is you could talk about his paper and. Pradeep, can you? No, I've called Shiraz. His phone number is not.
Need to unmute yourself.
Unmuted. Okay. Pravitesh, sorry, I just have to leave. I'll miss my train.
Should I try and summarize the report and?
Can't hear anything. What
You will
is?
hear it now.
Hello? Can you speak a little louder so I can follow you? I'm Pradeep Prabhu speaking.
So you can begin in that case with your presentation.
We are thinking of putting the cart before the horse, but if the horse is there. Can you hear us?
Can I get an idea as to what were the discussions before this?
Yeah. Would you like to take position and make your presentation?
Yeah, I will make my presentation.
Go ahead.
All right. But I want to know what has happened till now.
I have a feeling, hello, I mean, there different sessions were there talking about education, health, and also migration, all related to the tribal development. And you can perhaps begin immediately because it's wasting time for about 30 people. I will brief you after that, but you can make your presentation. I have gone through your paper and I think your paper stands distinctly apart. So go ahead and make your presentation. We are all ears for your
My
presentation.
paper was on land, no?
Pardon? Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
My-
As long as technology is in our favor, you complete your presentation as soon as possible.
Yes. There are a few things that we need to have to realize the difference between the Adivasis and the non-Adivasis. All right, the non-Adivasis were the peasants. The Adivasis were basically forest dwellers. And as the British wanted to clear forests, they used the Adivasis to cut the forests, and with the promise that they would get an access to agriculture. So therefore, what we had in the early days of agriculture in the area of the Adivasis, they were basically just small clearings in the forest, wherever trees had been cut and cleared, to the advantage of the British, because the people were digging out all the roots and all for free, and then telling them, okay, you can cultivate. So it was like, for the Adivasi, it was a double jeopardy. You lose when you work for it, you lose when you don't work for it. And so therefore, agriculture, after a while, the British tried the second thing of bringing agriculturists from Bombay all right, or from early Maharashtra. Close the areas closer to Bombay, Maharashtrian cultivators closer to Bombay. And the territory at that time was so very hostile to habitation that people would come, work for a while, and leave the area and go back because of malaria and things like that. And so therefore, the cultivation of forest land was limited to clearing of forest land, not necessarily cultivating forest land. There were a few crops that could be grown on the slopes of the hills, which the Adivasis cultivated and used for their own needs. And rice was not their food in that sense. What was their food was a lot of other cereals, which were like worry and etc., which were harsh, who could grow in harsh conditions, etc. And rice was an occasional kind of crop that they would use. Actually, it was always used for festivals. It was not used for consumption as such. So therefore, when the Adivasis came, so they were not actually, you may call themselves agriculturists. They were cultivators. And there is a big distinction between agriculturists and cultivators, because the cultivators are, or the peasantry, have a perspective on cultivating and how they would like to raise crops, etc., for their consumption. The agriculturists would, when the forest department came and cleared a patch of the forest, and they left the land free and went, then the Adivasis would come and kind of spread their seeds on the open land, because after cutting the tree, cutting the trees, the tree stumps were burnt. So that had became also quite fertile cultivation for the Adivasis. And since they were nowhere stable in one particular area, when the availability of a crop in that area, from that area, was diminishing, they left and moved somewhere else. So you had not shifting agriculture, but agriculture that was by virtue of circumstances having to move from one area to another area. So they were at the, how would you say, they were at the losing end of both sides. And subsequently, because their crops were not enough for them to support them, they took loans of rice and all that and became bonded labor. So agriculture you may say crops, etc., was more a result of the bonded labor of the Adivasi, which in turn bonded to the agriculturist, what you may say, local population. In that situation is how agriculture has developed in the area. So you can say to a large extent that the Adivasi is not a cultivator. The Adivasi is a constituency that raises food as and when they could. And there were a lot of other foods that were in the forest that they could access. And additionally, there were also various even food crops that grew under harsh circumstances. So this was the situation in the early part of this, till the British came in. Now the British came in, when the British came in, they had two important reasons to explore the area where I am working now. One was, it was close to the sea. Transport was easy by sea. And secondly, that virtually all the labor of the Adivasis was like forced labor. They were forced to cultivate if they were willing to live over there. Because all those lands were controlled by non-Adivasis. This was the situation that, so you can say to some extent, the terminology is not very, what you say, concise. When you say that the Adivasis actually were doing bonded labor for the peasantry in the area where we initially began to work. And so later on, after prolonged struggles with the non-agricultural or the cultivators vis-a-vis the Adivasi, and mobilizing them to kind of retain occupation of their land and cultivate their land through their own labor. And so it was, even in that, the cultivation was, a part of the crop was given to the landlord or the person who claimed that it was his land. Part of the land was cultivated by the Adivasi and he had part of the crop. And then there were other kind of, what you may say, what they called inferior kind of seeds. You had worry. Worry is a crop that requires very little land, requires very little space, and it is small grain which they could crush in their when they plow in on their houses and roast them and make them into roti, so bakar, whatever you call it. Have I been able to give you an idea as to what exactly was agriculture at that time?
Yes, I think so.
I'm expecting your questions.
Thank you, Pradeep ji. Should I then? So I thought that for the benefit of the audience, I'll just also do a quick summary of the two chapters on land, the two fairly extensive chapters on land that the Tribal Development Report contains. And I think we can think of these chapters as running parallelly, trying to do two things. One is the empirical component of it, where the report is trying to look at what has happened. So the stated objective of the chapter is to, according to the author, is to understand the relationship of Adivasi communities with land. And the empirical part of the chapter actually tries to look at land specifically through the lens of land alienation in different tribal majority districts, states of central India.
Jharkhand. Yeah, one should understand that we also, it will come in there, I'll surely mention it. The Adivasi had no sense.
I think you'll need to explain the format.
So he didn't have any great sense of protecting his land.
Pradeep, can you hear me? Actually, Professor Asmita Kabra is here to discuss your paper. after you've made your points about your paper, this is her time to speak right now, and then you could respond to what she's saying.
Right. So as I was saying, the empirically it tries to look at land alienation across these different Adivasi landscapes. It also tries to do so temporally, starting from the colonial period and bringing it up to speed to the contemporary times. And then if we look thematically or in terms of the theoretical framing of the two chapters, I think what Pradeep Prabhu is trying to do there is to take a very broad sweep view of the relationship between land and tribals through the lens of colonialism, giving way to capitalism and thereby to commodification of land, and the dispossession that this then entailed for tribal communities, and the collective action, specifically the resistance movements and rebellions that happened in different tribal areas of central India over this long sweep of time. So the two concepts that he engages with throughout these two chapters are land alienation and dispossession, and to a lesser extent, land tenure reforms as a way of preventing tribal alienation. And this is something that he talks about throughout the colonial period and then the post-colonial. Coming to sort of my observations and thoughts on the paper, and I can't possibly capture the detail in which the two chapters go on how the legal system has evolved, but I was struck particularly by the fairly distressed and pessimistic sort of conclusion of the author regarding what is happening to tribal areas. And I'm sure this session as well as the next one will talk about this, about how there are these protective legislations that are there to try and safeguard Adivasi livelihoods, which are land-based, but yet they are observed more in their violation than actually in the spirit of what they are aimed to do. So there is a session on FRA and PESA later, and I would be talking more about the land tenure and agriculture, which is what the focus of this these two chapters is. So jumping straight to sort of my observations. First, I think that the author seems to be pointing towards this evident conundrum between the laws being there to protect Adivasis, but not being actually implemented in letter and spirit the way they are. What I find would have been very nice if the chapter did was to go into the why and the how, and rather than just the what is happening part of the analysis. And to do so would then require the authors to then sort of, engage with issues of how does the state perceive Adivasis? And there is a there's a very nice section where he's articulating how the state perceives these as a communities that need to be brought out of backwardness, but in the process end up discounting traditional knowledges and practices, which I think Pradeep ji also tried to talk about in the intervention that he just made about the way their agriculture is organized. To me, however, the most striking thing about these two chapters, and perhaps also the most troubling thing about these chapters, is that it engages in a very, very simplified, dare I say simplistic, sort of binary thinking. So when it is talking about Adivasi land development, displacement, resistance, this nexus of issues, implicit in the analysis in the chapter are some very overlapping binaries. So it's the Adivasis versus the others, it's the rural land dependent communities versus urban. There is an agriculture versus industry kind of binary implied there. modern knowledges versus traditional knowledge practices, globalization versus local, individual rights versus collective actions. And there are certain sweeping statements in these chapters that perhaps past as well as recent scholarship doesn't really bear out. So for instance, that Adivasis would always prefer to have collective ownership rather than individual flies in the face of a lot of work that has happened. And in India too now, under the broad rubric of ethnographic political ecology kind of studies in my own field area. And I also have to sort of mention that unlike the author of the chapter, who has very wide experience of working across geographies, my interventions are coming from actually being embedded in one location in the Sahara dominated Adivasi forest region of in and around the Kuno National Park, the site for the now famous cheetah introduction. So for the last 25 years, I have been tracking and studying, but also intervening in this landscape as an academic and as a scholar and practitioner and a researcher. So what I see in this landscape, I don't find resonance in some of the claims of the paper. So for instance, the Kuno management plan, even the forest department recognizes, and this is something that I and my students are currently researching, that in the collective state-owned forest on the periphery of the Kuno National Park, in the reserved forests, the Sahara Adivasi community on common land, on public land, have what the management plan refers to as the Salai Khet. So Salai is the Boswellia serrata, a gum resin yielding species that people collect gum from for sale in the market. So commodification right there, but also the way the Salai forest is partitioned between the households in any area actually mimics very closely almost all, well, virtually all elements apart from actual title ownership of private property. So each Salai Khet can be is indeed owned by one family, passed on to next generation, leased out, labor rights given, etc. So this collective versus private binary, for instance, doesn't really sort of resonate as far as I'm concerned from empirical evidence. And this is true of durian trees in the uplands of Indonesia. Several other authors in other indigenous landscapes have talked about this. So thinking in sort of these binary terms for me can actually probably lead us to, missing the trees for the woods, and also in some sense going towards policy formulations that may not really be in the best interests of these communities. I think there'll be much debate on this in the CFR FRA session. So I'll leave that. We were having some discussions around that already. So I'll leave that for now. But just this, that if we're talking about the relationship between Adivasis and land and livelihoods in contemporary times, the bulk of evidence from the past at least 2 decades, if not more, tells us 2 or 3 very important things, which I'd like to sort of bring out here. Firstly, that yes, indeed, Adivasis have borne the brunt of displacement for development projects, for mining projects, and increasingly for conservation projects. However, the impact has been far more complex across communities. And to use what Tanya Lee refers to as the labor lens for doing this, it really depends on when people are moved off their land. Is there labor needed, or is their labor becoming redundant? Which then brings us very nicely to this previous session on footloose labor and migration. And so there's the rising tide effect. In times when economic growth is happening and migration and mobility give you wage income, which is there for certain every evening, the impact of displacement is very different from when compared to a situation where these kind of safety nets are not available. And collective action itself is a very complicated thing. And in some sense, romanticizing the existing livelihoods or forest-based, land-based livelihoods of Adivasi communities without emphasizing how little technological development has happened, how much hard physical labor it entails, and how much aspirations, I'm going to use that word, families of farmers, and not just Adivasi farmers, but many others, look towards less physically strenuous and more socially, respected occupations for the younger generation. And this is something that kind of gets missed in this report, in these two chapters. Another thing that it gets highlighted in the examples and the empirical material cited, but not really in the sort of framing of the chapter, is that it's not just the outsider, whether it is the industry or the forest or conservation state or global capital, that is responsible for much of the exclusion and exploitation of tribal communities. This happens in much more intimate ways through their interaction with local community members. And also, as this chapter itself shows, how more aspirational, upwardly mobile, and more connected Adivasi leaders among themselves sometimes become brokers for the land grabbing state. And these are all nuances that we will have to grab hold of upfront if we have to think of more sustainable, more progressive ways of thinking about the relationship between tribal societies, land, and livelihoods in the in the period going forward. I would then probably end by making the point that, which I'm just summarizing the point that I'm making, that we need to be empirically driven. And the moment we do that, we will have to embrace complexity rather than falling into these simplistic sort of formulations of Adivasi land livelihood issues. And the complexity then is not just in terms of their association with the land and the forest, but also with other livelihood opportunities that are either open or they hope will be open for them, and which drive decision-making in tribal Central Indian communities at least. And the two sort of pointers that I'd like to leave are that we need to engage with everyday politics as it plays out in Adivasi societies, and everyday economics, or how people make a living off of the land, coping with a huge amount of risks, vulnerabilities, and uncertainties through very innovative practices, which may not necessarily be traditional, but which are evolving as technology does, as markets become more imbricated with Adivasi societies, as the nature of risks themselves change, and not just climate risks, but market risks and all kinds of governance risks. So actually existing Adivasi societies, rather than our own imaginaries of Adivasi societies, need to drive how we engage with this marginalized segment of our society as researchers or practitioners or policymakers, or just as concerned citizens. And so in that sense, as one of my dear colleagues and friends here just mentioned over lunch, how we think about Adivasi societies is also very reflective of how we are, and our empirical engagement then needs to, we need to look outwards, but also inwards in terms of what are we expecting from these communities, and why are we expecting what we are expecting. Thanks.
Not only you brought out the key issues that have been touched. She brought out not only the key issues which have been touched by Dr. Prabhu, but also really gave her commentary on that, identified some of the areas of concern and how they need to be backed up by empirical research. Basically, the point that she's making is that you have to be empirically driven.
while we have to look at the data sets which are available with regard to land availability, land acquisition, what happened to the people who got displaced, how much compensation they got, what kind of activities they had. But that has to be again backed up by the experience, which Dr. Pradeep Prabhu has in plenty. So the combination of the available statistics and the ground level experience would be extremely important to take a definitive position on how to move forward as far as the development of the tribals in these remote resource rich areas is concerned. Can we have questions, comments in general relating to the issue, not necessarily linked with that, but overall issue of land tribal population relationship? If there is any concerns which are related or even around that, it should be all right. Can we have hands going up? Yeah, please.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sandeep Yadav, representing BIAF Development Research Foundation. On all the 4 topics which are covered today, I just want to comment on one of the successful initiatives done in the rural tribal areas of central India as well. So, a successful paper written by Wendell Berry in 1981 says that there are good solutions and we need to look for solving the pattern instead of solving for problems. Problems lead us to one more problem, which then ends up being a bad solution. So BIAF initiated one agro-hortiforestry based Wadi model in tribal areas. That model was planned to reduce the migration effects of people, and in return, it was also expected that migration will lead to better education, better health facility, and a source of alternate livelihoods, which then is available to the tribal families. So we started with it 4 decades back, and since last 4 decades, we have outreach to 2.5 lakh families. The model success was replicated by government through NABARD and various state department line departments to more than 6 lakh families now. So almost 10 lakh plus families are right now under this Wadi model, which covers all the parts, which health, education, livelihood, other issues surrounding the migration related issues of tribals. So such kind of models can be looked in local context to bring solutions to the larger pattern of tribal development. That's all from my side. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. I work and largely come from South Karnataka. That's the tribal region. I work largely with the Soligas. So just wanted to know about the chapter, and because much of the conversation here was also about land and what you reflected on labor, economy, etc. And very, what do you say, provoking comments. But then I think with the forest rights and the PESA session, that's why I don't want to get into those. But I just wanted to know about, in the chapter, I heard from Pradeep Prabhu that talking about the legal frameworks, but is there also talking about land in terms about more than the geography and the livelihood, but also in terms of the spiritual connection? And often in many conversations, land almost equates to tribal identity. A lot of the identity of a community is rooted there. And that's why even migration, economy is one thing, but then when you ask who you are or who is a Soliga, for example, it is still Soliga from that forest, even if he or she is a professor wherever they are. So is there any this kind of speculation also about land in the chapter?
Yes, thank you. Any other?
While the mic is circulating, thanks for the example of the model. And I'll just only say one thing, that, you know, there are several such examples, but I think the key then lies in basically deepening democratic decision-making in any society, why just Adivasi societies, and then, you know, the diversity of solutions, but also the problems themselves change, right? And they change so dramatically in these uncertain times. And so, you know, the more sort of deeper democracy goes and decision making happens, the more such site-specific solutions will emerge. On the importance of land, in fact, the chapter dwells quite deeply on that and talks about the central importance of land in Adivasi lives, life worlds, and identities. And it is through that it is making the point that land alienation and dispossession are extremely dangerous trends. My point in response was that if we take a sort of, again, a more empirically sort of, and also, the recent literature, lots of material on this. Yes, indeed, there is, the central importance of land to Adivasi identities, but just simply even thinking, for instance, of replacing land for land wouldn't work because it's not just the land in terms of its economic productivity or thing, but a sense of place, a sense of belonging. But I would actually think that attributing that just to tribal societies predominantly as a feature is something that probably needs thinking about. Is it something that's true also of other communities at other places and points? But there is much in the chapter on that if you would like to look at it, with great examples and a depth of detail.
Please.
Yeah, I had a question actually, in the discussion around agriculture at the moment, there's a lot of discussion on tenancy and sharecropping and on identification and some of these challenges. And a lot of it is around the challenges of identifying, right? But in the context of Adivasi communities and just the ways in which sharecropping practices and tenancy practices have changed and what has actually been happening, I'm sure the report looks and the chapter looks at that. But it would just be really interesting to understand how to frame the question in this context, because there's obviously an older history and there's the point about alienation is extremely important. But there have been also these practices and it's something that I think people now dealing with agriculture more generally are beginning to look again at land and leasing and tenancy afresh. And I wonder what paying attention to what is happening in Adivasi areas in this context might help us understand.
So back again to my reading of the chapters, and I think it talks about sharecropping practices in a slightly more flat way than actually captures the extremely fertile diversity that sharecropping practices have, where they change not just from region to region, but within the same set of families from year to year, depending on circumstances. So the chapter's focus is on sharecropping, mostly from trying to frame it as a practice where the Adivasi is the land poor person who's entering into a sharecropping arrangement with richer landlords who are non-tribals, which in fact flies in the face of a lot of reverse sharecropping that exists in tribal areas, where Adivasi landowners, small and marginal landowners, enter into sharecropping or tenancy arrangements with more powerful farming groups, and basically due to lack of working capital or because they would want the certainty of being able to migrate and earn a wage income while keeping a toehold on the land. But this is not something that there is a lot of detail about in the chapter. And in fact, land alienation, there isn't really a working definition in the chapter of what exactly is land alienation. And that, I think, for me was I was looking for that when we say alienation, it should not become an umbrella term to describe a whole bunch of practices, some of which people enter into as a risk mitigation measure. But then if we look at it as always bad, then it gets labeled as bonded labor, when it actually may be a risk mitigation strategy that allows a farming family from the Adivasi communities to actually have a variety of sort of land holding, so operational versus ownership holdings, the old debate in agrarian economics, those kind of things aren't really mentioned in the way alienation is imagined. The other thing I hear in the paper is the, this land alienation. I feel this is me speaking rather than the author, but I think that alienation also kind of locks Adivasi landowners in situations where they cannot exit agriculture. Now, of course, there is the very famous World Bank formulation that, and Hernando de Soto kind of, that you need to be able to convert this dead capital into live capital. And so title holding. So it talks about the old land reforms, which were more about evening out the distribution of land, but it doesn't really talk about or engage with the new wave of land reforms, which are more land titling reforms aimed at commodifying land. What exactly are they doing in Adivasi communities? Are they being subverted? Are they being implemented? Because it's not just about Adivasi landowners. For instance, in Madhya Pradesh, the forest and the revenue departments are locked in battle about the exact boundaries of the revenue and forest land. And the orange areas, for instance, which were zamindari areas that went back to, or were supposed to go back to forest department, but did not go back, and then have become a much contentious issue. So we don't really have much of that. We also don't have, if I may, just one last thing, that in the whole process of trying to provide, so the chapter does deal with update, the land records not being updated, being horribly out of date, in fact. So I hear the author's desire to kind of make land records more up to date, which I think is resonating with what governments for the past 15 years are trying to do in terms of digitization of land records to the Swamitva scheme. But whether that kind of formalization is going to, loosen or close down the spaces for maneuvering, because it does increase the bureaucratic interference or the field of influence in the lives of people. So what will be the impact of those? Those are not things that at this moment, these are again, I think, things for the next iteration of the land chapters to deal with and build on.
Asmita, I thought that I'll share my experience of a study of Rourkela region. Rourkela steel plant was upgraded and expanded with the massive German support. And they decided to take only 1% rate of return on that. And there was a huge outcry in Germany saying that with the German investment that has taken place in Rourkela, the region has experienced an increase in poverty. And many, the political opposition party said that you are not helping the local population. You are helping some multinationals or some national interests, because the condition of the poor tribals in the Rourkela region has become much worse. So they asked me and a German colleague to do a study of that area. And believe me, you travel 10 to 15 kilometers. You travel 3 centuries. There was a village that 2 of us wanted to go. There was a small stream. We thought that if we try to cross that stream, they really made human chain to make me and my German colleague cross that rivulet. And the small children and women are crossing every day. We haven't been able to take care of the basic necessities. There is some school premise and there are some pigs and goats kept there. You see, the tragedy is that we have been able to take resources out of that, forestry, minerals, all that, and the conditions of the tribal. You can say, well, they were in a poverty syndrome, they were given some compensation, they could not utilize it, but you must understand their sociology, before you intervene in this manner. I remember one driver came to pick me up to trek around, and he suddenly said, sir, can we stop here? And said, this is the general manager's house. This used to be my house. My grandfather used to sit there and had his smokes where the swimming pool is there. Our cattle used to be there in that area where the garden is there. So they feel that the land has been taken in. So when we went to, this was another area, of course, we went to talk to the collector there. Collector, like I've met 2 of the JNU alumni, including our chief guest, the vice chancellor and yourself, JNU alumni. He was also from JNU. I said, what do you do? He said, sorry, we are told the moment you find some standing crop in some hidden area by the tribals, you must destroy them. If you don't destroy them, next year they will again do that. And this, before I met the collector, the lower level people were asking my other research assistant that, do you represent Ekta Parishad? I said, why? No, Ekta Parishad people are not allowed in. I said, what is wrong? Well, they are dangerous people. Then I said, okay, we have nothing to do. I knew a little bit about Ekta Parishad. Then he said, is it possible that we'll help you in your study, but the moment you find any Ekta Parishad person, you just inform us. I said, you want to use a civil society organization to spy against another one. You must understand the land relations in its total complexity. You just can't intervene without taking their sociology, geography, economics into account. And I just want to mention one study. When I was a student at Gokhale Institute, there's a major study conducted by the director of Gokhale Institute in Pune. What they did in this study, they assumed the resources to be fixed wherever they are. The mineral resources, water resources, physical resources, and the port cities that existed in 1947. That is to be given. Given that, they applied a linear programming model, an optimization model to say where the industry should be located. If only resources are given, the political policies, the economic policies are all variables that you should change. But what is fixed is your natural resources and the ports that we inherited. And do you know what picture it comes? The most industrialized region would be the tribal areas. That's where the natural cost, transport cost advantages are. But we have neutralized that natural advantage that the tribal areas had by giving all kinds of faulty programs. You have freight equalization policy. That means if you buy your steel in Rourkela or you buy in Batala and Moga in Punjab, you same price. The government compensates. So advantage that the tribal areas had have been neutralized. And as a result, you do find that the tribal areas remain in the same condition. And we take their land. And frankly, I do believe that land use has to change. You can't have the land use that existed pre-47 to exist. They have to change. But is there any compensation that is being paid? So the village that we went to after crossing that rivulet, we talked to them, we found that they can produce as the most 3 months of grain in a year. Rest, what do? Birds, animals, rats. And he said, if we get them, we are very happy. And some people, of course, get into illegal business of cutting forest trees. So this is understandable that such things should happen. So I'm really very disturbed about this, and I'm very happy that this paper has been written. But as Smita has rightly pointed out, that some of these genuine concerns and the anguish that there is the people who are going to the field and experiencing, that needs to be really backed up. If you want to take the voice into the policy domain, they have to be strongly backed up by information and showing how the system of intervention has been absolutely not taking them into account. We have taken tribal development to send our unemployed or unemployable people to go and teach there. And I was told that against 40% of these young boys and boys who go to the tribal areas to teach, there are complaints about sexual harassment there. So what do? We transfer aid from A to B because that is the only thing that can be done. And you do find, I was traveling in Bastar area, I find in the buses it is written, nobody is allowed with raw meat and any weapon. Now the tribals, when they travel, they do carry some raw meat and some weapon, to cut the, so they're not allowed. So the whole transport system is meant for the outsiders. Percentage of tribal population in Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand has gone down. I was wondering, how come in the tribal areas, percentage of tribal population go down? Is it because they are low fertility? Look at the TFR, total fertility rate from NFHS 5. Is this more or less the same? It is not, even the out migration is not taking place. Many tribals are not moving out, as I mentioned, in these 2 states. The death rate is very high. So I have a feeling that we need to really rethink our intervention in the tribal areas, particularly in the context of the land acquisition. We displace them. They are not really migrating. They are refugees. And something needs to be done. And I'm really very happy that you have chosen this as a very important component in your tribal development report. Well, if there is any comments, otherwise I would like to thank all of you. It's a wonderful session that we have focusing on the livelihood, and would like the foundation to carry forward this good work and update the reports, because as we noted right since the morning, that research is an ongoing process and the data flows are coming up increasingly over time, and many of the things are changing. So that needs to be certainly carried forward with the same zeal and enthusiasm that you have done for the last 2-3 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kundu and Professor Kabra, for your sparing the time today. So we can move on to the next session, I think, Shanti.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are moving on to the second session on governance, FRA, PESA, and the denotified notified tribes. I'd like to invite the session chair, Professor M.A. Kalam, to join us on the dais. And also the authors, Dr. Ajay Dandekar and Shantini Satpathy. Please join us on the dais for this session. There are 2 papers that will be presented consecutively on forests, people and their hopes, PESA and FRA. And the second paper is The Children of Lesser Gods, the Tragedy of Denotified Tribes Today. Requesting Professor Kalam, Shantini, and Dr. Dandekar to join us on stage. Professor Maya Ratnam, who is the discussant for this next paper, requesting her to join us on stage. Mr. Vijay. And Mr. Vijay Shankar, could you also please join us on stage?
Good afternoon. Before the audience thins further, I think we can go on and see if we can carry out this. We are already late by about 15-20 minutes. Therefore, I think I will restrain myself from making any opening comments and go straight to the paper presenters, who will be more eloquent and do a better job than a person who has just seen it as a kind of secondary thing. They are the empirical people. Therefore, I think the first presentation would be by Professor Dandekar and Shantini Satpathy. I don't know how you are going to divide your time. Yeah, Professor Dandekar first.
Thank you. I won't take much time on this. I think, PESA is one topic that has been discussed ad nauseum in this, in such gatherings at least, I'm sure. And a whole lot of things have been written about it, and it can go on and on. So I would just put out what it is that hinders PESA. And before that, very briefly, though we all know the nitty-gritties of the PESA Act, still a comment is warranted on that. Before I begin, it was great to hear Pradeep in the previous session. Pradeep, along with Dr. B.D. Sharma, is the creator of PESA and co-creator of FRA. And I think the kind of experience, empirical and otherwise, that Pradeep has, I don't think very few people in this country can match that, which is of course supported by his extensive knowledge about law. And that is, I think, the issue in PESA. And so that could have been one question I could have asked Pradeep. I'll ask him later. So PESA, as we know, has not been implemented in Schedule 5. PESA is meant for Schedule 5 regions. And some have argued that it cannot be implemented because there's nothing to be implemented. PESA recognizes the community to competent to govern itself and its resources. That would mean that the community must take control. As per the PESA Act, nobody has to give control to the community because it is deemed competent in the Act. The problem, of course, is that when PESA was enacted, the rules were not drafted for PESA. PESA Act assumed that the state governments within 1 year, if I'm not wrong, the Act says will draft the rules in consonance with the Central PESA Act. Otherwise, by default, the Central PESA Act will kick in. And that is where I think it all went south, because what PESA does is some have called it a constitution within a constitution. It gives control to the community over local water bodies, local markets, local minerals, non-timber forest produce. It does all that. How it is to be exercised, and by extension, by that control, it also would therefore mean adjudication and everything that goes with it. It also does two very important things. It enjoins that the state at the level of the third tier of governance, the Gram Sabha is supreme in PESA. So the Gram Sabha must approve the local development plan as well as approve the accounts at the end of the year. This was very critical, I think. It also enjoins on the state that within a specific period, if I'm not wrong, it was 3 years, in the Schedule 5 area, none of the non-tribals, because that is the Schedule 5 understanding, that none of the non-tribals can own land. So the ownership of the land that is owned by the non-tribals had to be transferred back to the Adivasi communities. That was a non-negotiable in PESA. That was one of the first non-negotiable that comes in. And of course, there is land alienation, we know. Roughly, the figures are some 60 million Adivasis have been the victims of developmental mania and displaced. That's a big figure, displaced from lands. So now none of what PESA has stated has been implemented in spirit. In letter, well, each state government in Schedule 5 created their own rules. In the rules, finally, if you look at these enactments of the rules, then there is always a caveat found. And that caveat then gives an escape from the way PESA was enacted. And I think the reason was, there are many reasons for this. I mean, each situation is very, very specific. And many have attributed the rise, not attributed the rise, but have raised the question that if had PESA been properly handled, by the governance structure ever since it was created, perhaps the insurgency in central India would not have arisen. It's a debatable issue. We don't know. We'll never know that question. What is the resolution to that? Dr. B.D. Sharma, years ago, in fact, the ministry had asked him to draft the rules for PESA, and he had done so. And they are known in the records as the draft rules for PESA. And if one reads them, then one understands, why they were never adopted. As we know, even the PESA Act was passed late in the night in the parliament. And the reason for this is that PESA envisages a reverse of the thrust of the economic policy, amongst other things. Because PESA gives competence to the community is deemed competent to govern itself, which would mean that the community is also competent to manage, control its own resources. On the issue of land, the PESA says that consultation will be done with the community before land is acquired. This is as per the old Land Act that the British had enacted. The eminent domain of the state did kick in at that time. Post that, after God knows how many years, the new Land Act came towards the very end of the previous regime. And there also the consultation as a term was retained. And we know how consultations had been done with the community. We don't have to get into that question. Niyamgiri is a very good example. PESA also was silent on that bit. It should have been consent and not consultation. Something that got corrected in the Forest Rights Act. And of course, the FRA is not just for the tribal areas. As we know, FRA is for forest dwellers anywhere in the forest. But FRA is a step forward because FRA comes with rules. And I think that's, and we've seen wherever community rights, and Anthony will speak more, of course, on FRA, but wherever these two are joined at the hip, FRA and PESA. And wherever the community rights have been given, very good example, of course, is Gadchiroli district of Maharashtra. Right? Today now, almost every area in the forest, the community rights have been given. Another example is the Chikaldara area, where some very interesting experiments the Gram Sabha has carried out when they got the community rights. And not only that, they've been managed to break the cartelization that happens. When community rights, when Mandalekha got the community rights, they managed to sell that bamboo once very well. And then a cartel happened. They've not been able to sell it again. They learned from it. Of course, you need to do more in the world of markets and commerce to get there. The Chikaldara experiment, what we saw, have broken that jinx. And they, of course, have done very well. There are good many such examples. To that, of course, there is this massive thing that by and large, community rights are being reluctantly given. And the soul of FRA is community rights. Because that strengthens everybody. That brings in collective decision-making. And Mandalekha initially laid down and shown us how it is done. That it is not a pipe dream, that communities can get together, can arrive at collective decision-making, can manage their affairs. And in other areas also this happened. PESA, in that sense, has failed. One must admit that. If somebody asks today, show us where PESA is working, it will be very difficult for us to point towards that. And the reason do not lie in the act itself. The reasons lie somewhere else as well. There are some, of course, lacunae in the PESA Act. The major one is the non-drafting of rules. The second one, of course, is this ambiguity, not ambiguity, a clear statement that for land acquisition, community will be consulted. The consultation can be done. But what happens if the community in the consultation says no, there is ambiguity? Would the state still go ahead and acquire land as per interpretation of PESA? Yes, because consultation has been done. It is, of course, expected that if the community says no, the land will not be acquired. But there the larger thrust of the developmental agenda kicks in, because we know that the Adivasi areas are the resource-rich areas. We know that 80% of the bauxite, for instance, is in Orissa. We know all of that. If the developmental agenda of this kind has to go ahead, then the bauxite has to be taken out of the mountain. Mining has to go on, and so on and so forth. So somebody will have to become and has become the victim of this entire process that got unleashed, and not just, of course, from 91, but even before that. This displacement is going on for a very long period of time. So the paper that we wrote on PESA and FRA, I think only tangentially goes into it. It basically, the PESA part explains, I think, the what's of the PESA and, the limits of it. And there's some kind of a table there which compares the various rules enacted by the various states in PESA. But the issue is that Schedule 5 and PESA today both actually look a very distant dream. And then there is this other issue that almost 40-45% of the Adivasi population is outside of Schedule 5. So what about that? So I think this is one question that still haunts us. I think I should end by remembering the creator, spiritual creator of Schedule 5, Mr. Jaipal Singh Munda, in the Constituent Assembly. That one speech that he gave, I think made at least that much possible. I think today we need more Jaipal Singh Mundas in the public domain. Thank you.
Thank you. When you have a stereo presentation, there are two speakers. So the second one will come up now.
Thank you, Ajay. So mine dealt with basically the Forest Rights Act, which came in 2006. Of course, the way my section sort of looks into is more from a legal perspective, how the forest right legislation came into being, and then how it was executed. So it came through a process of long discussions between different stakeholders, led by Campaign for Dignity and Survival. That was the organization which was sort of leading this, the passage of the FRA. And the whole idea is that, forests are connected not just with the issue of tribal lives, but it's also the tribal livelihoods as well. And like Ajay said, it's not just about the tribes, it's also about the other forest dwelling communities who are also, part of, for whom forests are equally important, both in terms of, their lifestyle as well as, their livelihoods. So once FRA had been passed, the idea was that this was probably a great example of decentralized governance, where basically it would be the Gram Sabha and the Palli Sabha, where the first the communities would come together and, they would actually file their claims as individuals or as a community. And a forest rights committee would be set up who would be sort of looking into these claims. Following that, there would be, the subdivisional committee, and then the district level committee, and then there's the state steering committee. But rather than going into the details of what these committee does and, how it kind of, the processes gets the claims. So let's just look at some of the different stakeholders. Of course, there are the tribal communities, the non-tribals who are also part of, the discussion around FRA. There are also, some of our CSOs who are working closely with these communities in helping them with the filing process. And as we start sort of looking at FRA, it basically comes down to two things. One is the individual forest rights, and as well as the community forest rights. During my extensive discussions with the communities across, say, Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh, Odisha, what we did see was that, while there's a lot of emphasis around individual forest rights, so when you're filing for individual forest rights, you can claim up to 4 hectares. Everybody's wanting to sort of make sure that, at least they get some amount of land. But when it comes to community forest rights, that's where we massively fail. Of course, Ajay does mention Menda Lekha, which probably is one of the greatest example of what a community forest right can do for the community. So as we sort of tackle these issues of migration, as we start thinking about, what is it that would prevent the tribal youth from leaving their communities, going out, it's probably the answer lies in sort of claiming the community forest rights. And that's essentially what has happened in Menda Lekha, that, the tribal youth who had once left are now moving back. But given that, the process of FRA, while it is a legal certain mechanism in which the tribals and the other communities, other forest dwelling communities can make their claims, the process is, again, just like any other legislations, there's so much paperwork. There's no sort of time limits when, a claim is between the time a claim is being filed to the way it finally moves on to the district level where, the decision is finally made. And even if the claims do get rejected, there is no explanation as to why, the claims have been rejected. It could simply be a case of, failure to provide some important papers. And yet, our discussions with the community reveal that there is no clarity in terms of why, the claims are rejected. Of course, the question of getting to know that their claims have been rejected doesn't even always get there. So most of the discussions that I had is that, we filed it 2 years back and we haven't heard back anything. And that is essentially why there is a lot of reluctance, especially around filing for these community forest rights. And that is why even for, some of our CSO partners, we see, and legitimately so, that, there's more inclination towards talking about, IFR claims. Because again, while everybody realizes the significance of community forest rights, the community forest rights, there is, given the way the laws are set and the processes that are involved, it just ends up being, just another thing where you file some things and then nothing really happens. And that is essentially why BRLF has been working with one of our partners, A-Tree in Bangalore, to sort of come up with GIS level data on potential for community forest rights. And one of the big factors that we often tend to overlook is the role of the forest department, who doesn't really like, so they are technically the Mai-Baap of the community. So basically they do not like when, these tribal sort of get into the forest, because they think of forest as there's a sense of ownership that the forest department often claims, and that prevents easy access. So, during discussions with the community, it's often found that, they tend to see the forest department as sort of their overlords. So if they are like the beneficial overlords, they let you enter the forest. And that, there's whole discussion about FRA, IFR or CFR doesn't really matter at that time, because at least they're allowed access to forest and, accessing some of the resources. Whenever there is a sort of a confrontation between the forest rights, I mean, that's when the discussion around FRA sort of gains prominence. So I think, that being said, while as we look at, since it's been implemented since 2006, there has been relatively more success as far as IFR filing is concerned, but not so much with CFR. I mean, and there are cases where even maybe 2% has been filed, successfully claimed, at least in some of the states. West Bengal is relatively success, which has a smaller tribal population, but about 68% of the FRA claims have been accepted. And of course, Maharashtra is a great example where FRA, at least with the community forest rights, some headways have been made. And one can understand the tension, right? Because even when we talk about FRA, there's always this diversion clause, which allows the government to sort of secure land, of course, with the consent of government, to divert forest land for, industry, setting up industries or PDS, the concept of eminent domain. And of course, it says that, less than 1 hectare of land can be actually diverted. There is a lot of pressure right now. And it's not just right now, it's over the years that has happened where basically, there has been more and more focus on trying to sort of bypass that, that consent of the Gram Sabha. So that's being said, that's where we are in terms. I don't think I want to go too much because, thank you.
Thank you very much. You robbed off my privilege of trying to stop you. Okay, I think we have the discussion now. Professor Mayaratnam, who is going to be responding to the stereo presentation, and this is going to be mono. You will have to bear with that.
Good afternoon. I think I'm coming in at the very end of a long day, so I'll really try and keep my comments brief, not tire you all out more. Thank you so much, Pramathesh, for allowing me to be a part of the release of this extremely important report and inviting me to respond to this fantastic chapter by Professor Dandekar and Shantini. These are scholars and practitioners with such a diverse and long experience in the field and from sort of various vantage points that I'm not going to sort of, go very deep or very detailed into everything that the chapter says, but I'm going to try and see what, coming from my own place as an anthropologist, and which is a discipline with quite a problematic legacy, especially when it comes to interacting with indigenous, Adivasi and Aboriginal populations of the world, but which is trying to kind of correct some of its missteps, see what, insights, I can offer to amplify your work in the general project of this tribal development report. So what I'd like to do is divide my remarks into 3 broad categories. One, first, I'd just like to say a little bit inspired by what some of the earlier speakers have said in today's session. Then I'll speak more specifically to the questions on PESA and FRA, which have been raised in this chapter of the report. And if there's time, I'd just like to say, conclude with a few brief remarks on the question of tribal communities, Adivasi communities, and for lack of a better term, the influence of capital or markets or commodification, which also we need to think about. So I think this is a really, the discussion so far has taught me that it's a really good moment to, rethink, revisit, and if not implode some of the categories with which we've been, thinking about questions that pertain to Adivasi communities and tribal communities, and the, the language and the framing that we're using to think about them. So I think it's very briefly to state just that, even terms like development, improvement, government. These are terms with a very kind of heavy legacy of starting with the colonial state, which also the paper discusses briefly in the beginning. And if I can just say one, the question of, say, excluded and partially excluded areas to govern tribal populations and tribal areas, which saw these areas both as ungovernable and always prone to insurgency, and therefore needing to be pacified and subjugated, but also as vulnerable and in need of protection. And therefore, there had to be like one central government officer who was situated there at all times. So that is kind of one important way in which the colonial state looked at these at these hilly and forest regions. Secondly, jumping across history and coming to the Constituent Assembly debates, with the, which if you read, it's very, it's very interesting. Both communalism or communal or religious tensions and caste tensions were kind of admitted as the burdens of a new nation, either because of partition and because of the critique of the national movement, etc. They were admitted to be the burdens that the constitution had to address and somehow somehow address. But the indigenous question was subsumed under the category of backwardness. Indigenous rights and rights to indigenous territory was actually never accepted in the constitution. So that has been, so this framing of the tribal problem or the tribal question as one of remoteness, backwardness, primitiveness, all these things have also, we've kind of carried this, as a baggage in thinking about these problems, which a number of scholars, well-intentioned or otherwise have, administrators have reproduced. So it might just bear thinking about that to what extent that even in our contemporary sort of development or improvement practice, we need to be aware of the weight of thinking about, Adivasi communities, tribal communities, indigenous communities in certain ways that need upliftment or that need reform or that need mainstreaming, assimilation. So I think, Vice Chancellor Mins very graciously, very beautifully said that, the Adivasi can refuse your categorization, has the right to refuse your categorization also. The Sentinelese, the Jarawa, and the Nicobarese have made it very clear that they actively prefer isolation. Isolation is not an organic or a given condition. They choose isolation, right? However, and then you engage with them on that, but then they have the right or the place to say, I choose isolation, right? Similarly, others may say, no, I want to go to Bhopal or Delhi and get a college education. I want to be a writer. I want to be a doctor. I want to be, X, Y, Z. And, that doesn't immediately mean that, you can take away their right to land or forest or whatever, which often becomes the kind of justification or argument. So that's one kind of broad theme that I thought it's just, worth, keeping in mind. The PESA and the FRA come in as two such hugely important pieces of legislation because I think they, and perhaps Professor Dandekar can correct me if I'm wrong, but like they come in as some sort of the first sort of explicit efforts to reverse or redress this kind of logic of thinking about, Adivasi communities and their relationship to their habitations, to their natural resources, forests, rivers, rivers, etc. And what does it mean to devolve democracy, to devolve self-government to Adivasi or tribal areas, right? What does this actually look like? What was the imagination of it and what does it actually look like? So when I started, I did my field work for about 1.5 to 2 years in a district of Madhya Pradesh called Dindori, which is home to many Adivasi communities like Gond and Kol, and also a PVT group called the the Bega. And one of the questions that I was looking at was, how is the law received into this in this kind of local milieu? So this idea that the law has not been implemented, or the law has failed, or that PESA has failed, or FRA has failed, is something that has been dogging, researchers or people who've been looking at these questions for ever since, I think, these laws were drafted, since 2006 at least, of the FRA, 2008, etc. So I thought that maybe one way around this question, or to give a little bit more life to this question, is to ask, like, how does the law kind of become folded into a local milieu which has various kinds of relationships between different communities, between communities and the forest, and between communities and the state. So here, as in the PESA section notes, one very kind of important aspect of PESA is recognition of the organic community as the unit of local self-government, right? And deeming this unit competent to arrange and manage resources, to adjudicate disputes, and very centrally to prevent against land alienation, because non-tribals cannot own land in tribal areas. So again, coming as an anthropologist, what is this idea of a natural community? And is it a community? Is it something which is always a site? Is it like always something that functions in consensus, or is there significant conflict even in this idea of what a local community is? Just to give an example, people would say in Dindori that this is a PESA area, ye PESA kshetra hai. But the Gram Sabha, which is the unit of local governance, which is invested with so many powers under PESA, was a very interesting body. Sometimes it was just a body that met quarterly to ratify basically whatever were the funds allocated by the Gram Panchayat. At other times, 5 or 10 villages will get together, sit or constitute a Gram Sabha and say that, no, we are declaring now that we are, the forest is ours, that coup felling cannot happen, that, we are drafting a new set of rules about what can and cannot be done in the forest. So that was sort of a much more empowered expression of, and more PESA consistent expression of what the Gram Sabha could look like. But to cut a long story short, often community doesn't behave in the way that it is envisaged in the law. And that's not necessarily a failure of the law. It is that, of course, there are failures of will, the alliance, the tendency of the state to ally with, with companies, with extractive industry and all of that. But often in this gap between law and how difficult it is to adopt the law into long-standing practices and inert institutions, became just something which was interesting to study, and not just like a failure of implementation, as it were. So I'll just say a couple more things and then wrap up. And similarly with the FRA, the question of community rights. It's not possible to define community rights in the pre-colonial sense. So the idea, so why even something like Menda Lekha was such a success is when you have a very clear sense of what problem you're facing, and therefore you, in the enactment, in claiming community rights, you're also defining what community rights are. Otherwise, as has happened in the Bega Chak, you can be floundering for almost 20 years trying to figure out what is community rights. So I think these are just some of the insights that may help us, hopefully, to nuance the questions on PESA and FRA and what they're and not just see them as kind of failures of implementation or failures of political will. And just one last point, and I'll stop there, is that because PESA and FRA and these protective legislations have been seen as vehicles of democracy, and the many organizations and groups that have been working to strengthen these legislations and implement them on the ground have, I think, worked within a certain consensus, a constitutional liberal consensus. At least in some of the places in Madhya Pradesh that I've seen, much of this work is now being taken over by bodies such as Vanvasi Kalyan Ashram and, other perhaps even faith-based organizations, and many CBOs or community organizations are not able to function as they once were. So in this, I just feel somewhere that changed context of what is happening needs to be addressed. Can we continue thinking about the context of FRA and PESA in the same way that we've been thinking of for a long time? Okay, I'll stop there.
Thank you, Dr. Ratnam. And though the program sheet says general discussion, let's not get swayed by the word general. Okay, so let's have some pointed and specific kind of responses if you people have. Thank you.
My name is Giri. And I'm from Center for People's Forestry Organization.
Okay. Yeah, it is.
Maybe I should keep it a little closer. Whatever Professor Dandekar and Sai and Penny have said, I think one knows about it at the field level, what's happening. I had a few comments to make about Mayaratnam. How to frame it, I'm just thinking. So any progressive legislation, when we take into consideration the implementation part of it, because I come from gender-based work also, it's only 5 or 10% of the people, who would accept it, or how should I put it, make the law work. Whether those 5 to 10%, in the tribal communities, are they taking it up? As far as FRA is concerned, is the major concern. Center for People's Forestry has been working on FRA, but I would say here and there where I was finding it problematic, political will is the problem here. It's not that, the communities that 5 to 10% are willing, are taking it up. But then you are facing problem from the government, especially the forest department. So I think there we are facing the challenge. So given that context, where is that political will to be generated, how it can be done? And I think for the first time, if we have come out with this kind of a report, which is comprehensively talking about the tribal situation, I feel this is a, triggering point, whatever earlier the momentum which was there can be picked up from here and then, push for that kind of a political will. So that is one way of looking at it. And more and more bureaucrats, which again, I would say, I think the way you have pointed about the POs being deputed and, the way the administration looks at it as both, adjudicating the matters, because they have those kind of powers also, collectors in those areas. So that, is a significant, it's playing a significant role, especially when the disputes between the tribals and the department officials happens, and who takes the sides, we know very well whose sides the bureaucrats take. So the tribals are losing out in this process. So we, as civil society organizations and as BRLF as an organization, working at the all India level, I feel that we have to, put in efforts, more efforts of this kind of, forums, through these forums to take it up. As far as FRA is concerned, where in the states where we are operating and our claims wherever we have submitted, it's been like, stuck at the SDSC level and nothing is moving beyond that. And whether it's the, GIS, I think technological solutions, they may help you in 5% or 10% of moving ahead the agenda. But what is needed is much more than that. And I feel we all need to work towards that. And I'm looking forward, for that kind of an effort from these kind of forums. Thank you.
Just on that political will point that you mentioned, I am from an organization working in Madhya Pradesh. There is very little awareness of FRA in Madhya Pradesh. It's basically seen as an individual right, IFR. People have encroached land at some point and they're getting a right on that. CFR is not understood. But just across the border, we also work in Maharashtra, Melghat, the Amravati district. In Maharashtra, the situation is completely different. So this is a political will cannot be generalized. We have to look in the context of each state. That I think tries with the theme that Meghla of Krishnamurthy sitting there, who often mentioned about state capacity. I think some states have the capacity meaning not only interest, also the wherewithal, the administrative and the local top-down kind of people who are actually able to do it. And political will should be seen in that respect. It's not only that the government may want to do something, not able to do something. There's also something that the governments have to put in place, a lot of systems, I think, which actually sees to it that the act or whatever you are talking about scheme is implemented properly. I'm talking about FRA. It would very much apply to other schemes like NREGA or anything. There is a differential state capacity across the states in India. It's a huge diversity that one need to look at.
Yeah, so as I mentioned earlier, I work with the Soliga people, and in the Biligiri Ranganatha Swami Tiger Reserve, at least, they have achieved a near complete individual land rights and community forest rights. And but they themselves are struggling in other forests because each forest is so different in Kaveri Wildlife Sanctuary, MMLs, etc. But two comments. One is about forest PESA itself. I know even the author spoke a little bit about the failure, and also the discussant spoke about how we shouldn't, there's a lot to learn from that. I also want to say that PESA is actually talked about a lot in many of the Adivasi conversations in at least in the Karnataka state, as looking towards saying there is that kind of thinking that's possible. There is something different that is possible. Should we be, there are conversations on should we be looking to become a scheduled area so that PESA can come to us. So there is a lot of, one thing that PESA started or brought when it happened, it also brought about a way of conversation and thinking amongst communities, which is far beyond what is, I mean, because anyway, the Soliga in Karnataka doesn't know what is actually happening in Madhya Pradesh in reality, but at least in terms of the imagination, again, what someone had said earlier. The other thing was about forest rights. What we also see is that especially in forests and spaces where we've had multiple tribal communities who have never really found a language to talk to each other with, work together with. Somehow the Forest Rights Act has provided that kind of a thread where we see in Karnataka, at least, that all the Adivasi tribal communities, at least coming together, forming forest rights committees at levels that not necessarily for the act, but as a way of conversation. And in fact, in our everyday conversations, FRA is part of our everyday vocabulary. That the thinking there, just like the experiments you mentioned, even in BRT and other places, the experiments that we are constantly looking at is how do we now bring in community-based conservation? How do we talk about health now, but while talking the language of FRA so that others, how do we bring FRA to Forest Department and to Health Department and to tribal welfare and all that? So there is a lot of conversation, because I saw the name Hopes, a lot of conversations that PESA and FRA have sort of, started this chain reaction in people's minds, in collectives' minds, that I'm not sure whether it's been captured in the chapter or not, but I just wanted to inform you as someone from a southern state outside the region, that's how we see PESA at least. Thank you.
Yeah, hi everybody. I'm Shuchita from Down to Earth. And recently we did a story on community forest resource rights and how they are being, you know, how people are being given the community forest resource rights in certain states. So what challenge I found was that there's no data regarding that. All the rights are clubbed together, the community forest rights and the resource rights. So it was very difficult to segregate. So I had to make calls to all the 28 states personally, and, get hold of the person in the state to say, just, even if the application has been sent for the community forest resource rights or just the community rights. So that I had to do manually, personally for all the states. And then we finally found that 9 have started giving it. So that was one. And like sir said, like Vijay sir said, that there's a lot of lack of awareness. So yeah, in Odisha, there were certain villages who did not even know that such an act existed, even till 2019 and 2020. And it was only because of the civil societies and local NGOs intervention that they were able to get rights. Now I have another question that I would like to ask, that with the changing of rules of the Forest Conservation Act and also, taxing forest produce, like right now there's a demand from Odisha to lift the tax on Tendupatta. So given that on one hand we are talking about, the Indian government is talking about giving rights to the tribals, correcting the historical injustices, and on the second hand they're actually creating rules which will actually hamper the implementation of FRA. So how is this, it is a tightrope to walk, but what can be done about it?
Okay, thank you. Do you have any specific response? No. Fine. Okay. Fine. Okay, that will be the last kind of, yeah, go on.
हाय, माई सेल्फ राहुल खत्री। बेसिकली मैं गरियाबंद छत्तीसगढ़ से हूँ। मेरा क्वेश्चन एक है, मतलब बहुत दिनों से क्वेश्चन लेके
माइक आके पकड़े।
मैं एक क्वेश्चन को बहुत दिन से लेके घूम रहा हूँ कि आई होप कि आज उसका आंसर मेरे को मिल जाएगा। कि हम लोग जैसे देख रहे हैं कि स्वच्छ भारत अभियान जो 2014 में लॉन्च हुआ, या अब देख लीजिए बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ, बहुत सारे गवर्नमेंट स्कीम्स है। वैसी FRA भी हमारा गवर्नमेंट स्कीम में है जो 13 दिसंबर 2005 में लॉन्च हुआ है। तो बाकी सब चीज के लिए वॉल राइटिंग होती है, एडवर्टाइज होती है, बट FRA को लेकर अभी तक मैंने वॉल राइटिंग या एडवर्टाइजमेंट नहीं देखी है कहीं पे। तो ये क्यों?
Thank you. Since we are running quite late, what we would do is that move on to the next paper, paper 6, and it's got a nice title, The Children of Lesser Gods, and colon, the tragedy of denotified tribes today. And the presentation will be made by 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Hello.
Okay, there's a remote response.
एक्चुअली आपका सवाल बहुत अच्छा था, और जस्ट अभी मेरे को याद आया कि झारखंड में प्रिसाइसली ये हुआ था कि काफी विलेजेस ने वो पत्थलगड़ी मूवमेंट जिसे बोलते हैं, उन्होंने पत्थरों पर अपना इंस्क्राइब किया कि यहाँ पेसा के रूल्स क्यों नहीं लागू हुए हैं, पेसा क्यों नहीं इम्प्लीमेंट हुआ है। लेकिन दिस वाज सीन एज वेरी वेरी एंटेगनिस्टिक टू द स्टेट, and the state I think did a fairly ruthless suppression of this movement. So there is, I think, something about claiming sovereignty for tribal areas, self-government in terms of sovereignty, that is threatening to our states. So I just remembered that from your question.
Hello.
Thank you.
सर मेरा एक क्वेश्चन था, जैसे कि हम सर ये FRA और पेसा एक्ट की जैसे कि हम बात कर रहे हैं, तो सर FRA का तो हमें पता है कि FRA के माध्यम से जो ट्राइबल कम्युनिटी जो सदियों से मतलब वन पे रहती आई है, उन्हें यह अधिकार है कि मतलब अगर वो 3 पीढ़ी या 4 पीढ़ी से अगर वहाँ पे रहती है तो उन्हें जो लैंड है वहाँ का, जो फॉरेस्ट लैंड हो सकता है या गवर्नमेंट का, तो उसको ये अधिकार है कि वो उस जमीन का मतलब मालिक बन सकती है। पर सर कहीं ना कहीं ये समस्या, मेन समस्या ये है कि वहाँ की जो पंचायत हो या फिर वहाँ की जो वन समिति है उसके माध्यम से वो अप्रूव भी किया जाता है, लेकिन डॉक्यूमेंट
की कमी के कारण आज भी मतलब उन लोगों को वो अधिकार नहीं मिल रहा, तो सर इसके लिए हम क्या कर सकते हैं, मतलब डॉक्यूमेंट को लेकर में?
शुक्रिया। हाँ, ये जो है ना अगला पेपर प्रोफेसर अजय दांडेकर प्रेजेंट करेंगे, वो शायद आपका जो सवाल है उसमें आपको कुछ मिल जाएगा उसमें, अगर नहीं मिलता तो फिर देख लेते क्या कर सकते हैं।
थैंक यू
प्रोफेसर
सर।
दांडेकर।
I know this is the last paper of the day, and I know the traffic situation in Delhi. I'll be very brief on this. It's a very important issue, denotified tribes of India. And the broad thing is that in 1871, the colonial government passed an act. They called it the Criminal Tribes Act, by which they gave upon themselves the right to declare any class or tribe, these are the exact 3 words used, any class or tribe, criminal, as in anybody born in these groups were born criminals. And by that act, some 200 communities in India were declared by the British government as criminal tribes. Then they modified the act to an extent that all the other subsequent amendments were incorporated in 1924. And then finally, that 1924 Act became what it became. That act was done away with in 1952. Prime Minister Nehru, in fact, after that went to a place called Sholapur in Maharashtra, because the British government created what they call settlements. I'm told that we have to vacate this space in 10 minutes. Till 5. Okay. All right. So we'll wind up in 10 minutes. It's like PESA and FRA. So anyway, so the denotified tribes of India perhaps constitute 6 to 7% of India's population today, were still in the rubric of denotified, of being within quotation mark criminal tribes when the Constitution of India was written. And therefore, they do not find that kind of space within the Constitution. Constitutional space, constitutional protection, constitutional right, and constitutional representation in parliament and in the governance structure. There have been from 1949 onwards any number of commissions that the government of India has appointed, starting with the first commission which recommended the abolition of the act, to the last one, that was the Renke Commission. And each of these commissions have come out with wonderful recommendations, primarily asking for constitutional rights for the denotified tribes, which of course are not forthcoming. And there are quite a few reasons for why they are not forthcoming. One can get into those. Right now there is no time, but later, as to why these are not forthcoming. That is one problem. Second problem is that the stigma of criminality has not stuck on some communities, it has stuck on the other communities. For instance, the Banjaras, the Ramoshis, the stigma has not been. Maharashtra, we had how many? 2 chief ministers from the Banjara community. But the stigma is stuck on some other communities. And there is a greater need to understand why that has happened. Because there is a prehistory to this entire thing of 1871 Act. There's also a prehistory to the society's understanding of what these communities are or were. And I think that has played a big role. The precursor to the Criminal Tribes Act was, of course, the 1830 infamous Act of Thugee. And two gentlemen, one an administrator, one an army man, Widow Steller, who wrote, amongst other things, that famous novel called The Confessions of a Thug, and Captain William Sleeman, on whom lie the responsibility of creating this category, the notion of Thugee itself. And there was a reason why I think that happened, because the earlier states structures were crumbling, they were being taken over by the company state, company Raj, and the company wanted to establish total control over people who were wandering around, who were nomads, who otherwise were part of the armies. The armies were being disbanded. And in the name of Thugee, Sleeman, in a court at Etawah, there was a court at Etawah established just to try the within courts thugs. And thousands have been tried and hanged. And the natural progression post 1857 rebellion, and post 1857 rebellion, the British government then, who took over from the company, I think decided to come very hard on certain sections of the society. And that's how was born in 1871, the Criminal Tribes Act. That act is created before the British made the lists of tribes and castes. So there's a lot that one has to unearth in this. And unfortunately, this is one area that has been very less worked on. Professor Devi, Mahasweta, there have been some notable writers who came from this community. In Maharashtra, I know Lakshman Mane, Lakshman Gaikwad, and others. But as a movement, it has not gelled together. As a DNT movement, many attempts have been made, but they have not been successful. And therefore, and one reason why is because not only that there is fragmentation, there is also an effort to keep the fragmentation alive. Otherwise, the constitutional right will have to be given. And what is the constitutional right that is being asked for? The constitutional right that has been asked for is to create a third schedule in the constitution for these communities, give them political representation, bring them constitutional rights and protection. That is one thing that no governance structure post 1952 has accepted. Other things, yes, education, number of schemes have been floated, so on and so forth. But this basic thing, and because of that, the stigma of criminality remains. Also, the act was replaced, the Criminal Tribes Act 1871, by another act called the Habitual Offenders Act. And the Habitual Offenders Act still remains. And it is a successor, more or less, one can say, to the previous one. So the mindset of the dominant, the elite, is very hard to shake for these communities. And it is also very tough to therefore do any intervention. We had some notable exceptions. The Girish Prabhu's work with the Parthi community, for instance, is remarkable for the kind of difficulty the community is in. There are other such exceptions, but then the exceptions do prove the rule that by and large, the DNT area waits to be looked at and to be recognized by the governance structure. That something has to be, something tangible has to be done for it. Thank you.
Wait, 2 minutes. Okay.
Not too much time for comments. I will just confine myself to two broad observations. One, as I mentioned in the opening presentation, this is a very important paper of the denotified tribals. We know very little about what these tribes are actually, and they were earlier called criminalized tribes. Now they are called denotified. Naam change ho gaya, but unke bare mein hame zyada pata nahi hai. The main thing what is required is that we have to see what they are actually doing now. I mean, that kind of study, I think, is not there in terms of what the denotified tribals, how they are actually doing things for their livelihood, etc., how they are surviving. I know of a little bit of may not be a DNT, some group which is socially kind of marginalized in our own area, and they do all kinds of things, including many other things, including criminal activities. So that kind of, I mean, if the Ajay's paper, I think the call is generally to look more into the kind of actual living conditions of these groups. And the tension there is between citizenship and development. I mean, there's a lot of examples that in his paper, it is there, that a lot of developmental handouts have been given to these DNT, wherever they are located, in terms of welfare measures. But what they're asking for is not actually development benefits, they're actually asking for citizenship. Now, that's one general observation. I think it's a quite an important issue that one need to look at in greater detail, and we don't have much time to comment on that. And I would like to also link it with what Maya just now mentioned about language and framing of the Adivasi in general. It's denotified tribal is an extreme case, but if you look at Adivasis, the way it has been understood, the indigenous question, as she rightly pointed out, has not been owned by the post-independent state. It's been seen as something as subsumed under some other issue, not seen as a major issue that needs to be tackled. That's also because before, from the colonial time onwards, the forest or the what they used to call the wilderness is seen as an area where which is outside us. So there is settled agriculture happening here. Outside that, there is a forest area which is a wilderness, and which is a kind of underworld of all kinds of animals, one should say, floating around there, including some human beings whom we don't want to interact much with. They have to be excluded from there. That was a kind of view that was prevailing there. So the notion of Adivasi as a jungli, or somebody who is wild in nature, who doesn't want to obey any law, or want to sort of break laws and be on his own or her own, that I think framing of general Adivasi thing is also there in India. I think Indian psyche also it is there. So DNT is probably an extreme form of that. But the basic formulation of tribal as them and not us. When we talk about as a society, there is a clear division. I mean, in the introductory speaker, our chief guest spoke about the need to talk about I mean, the definition of Adivasi, tribal, indigenous, etc. I think one thing which is running uniform in all the Adivasi experience, whatever I've seen or experienced or talked to other people, is that they're always considered other. They are always been separated from the so-called mainstream. That ostracism of the Adivasi is because of this framing of Adivasi as some kind of person who is not law-abiding or something, who is somebody sort of inhabiting the wilderness. I think that framing one has to question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm really sorry that they're going to hold another event, and therefore they want us to vacate as soon as possible. Therefore, what I would do is that going by the trend which is there, there's supposed to be some discussion. Unless somebody has a compulsive, obsessive kind of a response, we can skip that. But I still leave it open. Go ahead.
Like you were saying, not a lot of work has been done on DNT. One of the things we realized by looking at some of the communities that have currently worked in the space is that many of the basic assumptions, because of the DNT status and because of the discrimination, the stigma that is there of being from the community, that many of the practices, that's why when it comes to accessing health services or even data about the communities, about their health, right? Many of the assumptions that our health systems works on, which is land, rootedness, relationship, etc., that many of these are for, I mean, you know, they are completely different and completely are non-existent when it comes to some of the DNTs who may not have this kind of a lifestyle, or generally because of the way they have been treated, therefore the way they access, the way they respond, the way they participate, whether it's in research. Ma'am today morning was talking about the missing information, right? The missing data, that we actually have not much or nothing tangible about the health of many of these communities. And as a health system also, that there is no program, there is no initiative, there is no conversation on how do we, because all our systems are based out of one
ration card and an address and one Aadhaar, which has to belong to a person who's staying where a panchayat person will countersign and all, and these communities don't. So there are a lot of practices which then happen, and then the system looks at them as if they have cheated. I think that was very nice, that thing about how claiming PESA FRA is almost like claiming sovereignty, and some of the state feeling antagonized. But that's how the health system also tends to respond to many of these efforts. So definitely one of the neglected areas. Thank you so much for the work on this.
Thanks. Okay, thanks a lot for this. And having used words like compulsive, obsessive, I don't think I can go on. So I will have a self-imposed leash on myself. But before that, there are a couple of things which I would like to point out. I think Ajay's paper goes back to 1870-71, and that is something, the historical kind of perspective that has provided in terms of use of the word like thuggy, and how one person being found in a whole community, the entire community was branded. But I think one of the interesting features is a completely aside, but I can't hold myself from making it. In 1870, the life expectancy in India, does anybody have a guess? It was 22.3. Life expectancy was 22.3. So what were the colonials doing if they were trying to imprison somebody? And this is the general trend for India at that time, that was just 22.3. And then the whole decade and the decade after that, it varied. Sometimes it went down to 21 and sometimes it came back to 23. But that was the general expectancy of life. And given certain people who were nomads and tribes in quotes, what was their life expectancy at that time? I think this is a question I think at some point we'll have to discuss and find out what it was like for people to be imprisoned. Maybe they were being imprisoned at the age of 15 or 16. And anybody being picked up from any community was game for them. So this is one of the questions which comes up. The other one is, of course, the question of isolation. I think Maya also touched on that when she talked about it. For instance, about 2-3 years back, when the Sentinelese killed a so-called priest in the Sentinelese Islands, there was a huge hue and cry as to what could be done and whether it was a criminal act or not. I'm sorry to say this, but I wrote a paper at that time saying that they were not culpable. The Sentinelese were not culpable because they had the right to some kind of self-determination as other communities elsewhere perceived their right to self-determination. So that was the kind of a thing which was important. And therefore, for morning, we had been having some kind of a discussion in terms of what is it that the outside community or the other community thinks about the so-called tribes. And I think Asmita also raised that question. So this is something very important. And some friends did not agree with me, social cultural anthropologists, when they said that there is a law of the land, but where is the law of the land in Andamans? If you're talking about the Jarve or the Sentinelese or the Shompen, for instance, what is the law of the land for them? They have not had any kind of a contact with the outsiders, and therefore, what does a law in terms mean them? They have some customary kind of practices which they have, and for them, that's very important. And the alter egos who are interacting with them have a different perspective. Therefore, this point, I think, has to be kept in mind when we look at this. And then the words like thuggy and notifying the entire communities because one person among them was found bad. And so these are the questions which have been raised. I think the papers are very rich in terms of the kind of information is provided. And also Ajay has given you the list from different states of the different communities which are there. And I have just one more example to give. There's a Karnataka expert here. Lambadis, or whatever term you use, Lambadis or whatever, in Maharashtra, Telangana, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, and Karnataka, you have this. At some point, Karnataka government thought it fit to declare the Lambadis, who were a tribal group, as a scheduled caste group. Now, that's a very interesting kind of a thing. If they become sedentary in their tandas to some extent, do you classify them from the tribal list into the scheduled caste list? Because the scheduled caste, the whole concept of scheduled caste is because of exclusion, because of not being included into quite a few things, below the line of untouchability. and how do the Lamanis get classified into that? So this is again a kind of an aside, but I think Ajay's paper has given you a whole list of people from different states, and that in itself, I think, is a very rich kind of a presentation and contribution which has been done. And I think I will stop at this unless somebody comes and says that you have to vacate. So I already done that. But before another kind of a farman comes in, I think it's better to stop. Thanks a lot for being an audience and having come back after lunch. That is something remarkable, coming back after lunch. And some of these people have had the onerous task of keeping you awake. So thanks a lot, everybody.
Tomorrow also, there is a whole